Hey guys, we are back. So good news. I thought that was a full blown community guideline strike, but apparently it was not. It was my warning. I thought I already had one. But I forgot it was only copyright strike. So no harm, no foul. And also once you for some reason I had to log out and then log back in, and that cleared up the inability of me not to be able to broadcast or do anything on my YouTube studio. So yeah, I guess we're all set. So I'm not muted. Ha, 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 ha. So yeah, we're on the lifeboats right now. So yeah, false alarm. So guys, I thought we would do Michelle Trakunas today, but the Franklin Tucker case, this guy in Florida, apparently this is lol-tastic. We need to watch it. It's good stuff. So we're gonna give a couple minutes, but we're gonna watch this. Apparently it was really good. Apparently it was really, really good. Um uh I don't know. There's been it's day 7, and it's day 7, and this trial should have been many days shorter already. Franklin Tucker is representing himself. He's the defendant. Basically, this all goes around him being involved in a murder along with a couple other people of a guy over some crack in a treehouse. His wife, he married into the woman, one of the big people in CrossFit, and had like a top-notch legal team. Fired them, and he's been kind of running this all on his own. So this thing has been just a dumpster fire, apparently. But overall, he hasn't done too bad. And then yesterday is, I think, where we're going to start, because it does appear to be somewhat hilarious there. There was an issue of the way his the way he did this, and just has been fighting with the judge consistently, has been apparently somewhat something to take note of. So we're gonna watch like the last couple of minutes of day 7, and that'll give you, I think that'll give you a bit of a flavor of what happened on day what happens today. I think that'd be the best way to go about this. So we're gonna get that started, and we're gonna go from there. We're gonna give people a couple minutes to get in here. It's been fun to watch for sure. Yeah. Well, what I do know is that for like the Michelle Trakunas trial, apparently yesterday was the good stuff. We got to the footage of them actually dumping the bodies, parts, and then yesterday was also just like it was getting really, really good. So, on a positive note for Michelle Trakunas, we're done with all the boring crap. We're getting to the good stuff. So we'll pick that back up. A job well done says he was late. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, he wasn't ready to go on time. Um. So it will be. Let's see here. So we're all set to go there. But yeah, he's been late a couple of times. So we're going to give people a couple more minutes to get in here, and then we're going to get going. I guess this wouldn't be able to get my channel back. Yeah, well. Yeah, it turned out a little different than what I thought it was going to be. Yes, he's been late, and he's been talking to Court TV. He's been doing he's allegedly been doing stuff on social media, all the things you're not supposed to do, and the judge has been very pissed off at him. One of the days so far, he got everything all set up, and I'm going to present all these witnesses, and present. I want to present 2 hours of video, and he presents 10 minutes and goes, "I'm done." There's been a lot of him being unprepared and forcing the court to be extra ready for things, and then he doesn't follow through on them, or he declines not to do it, and it's really pissing people off. So, if I didn't see check Discord for null. Okay. Oh. Oh. Is this really is this really happening? Oh, god damn. Fuck. Oh shit, Null. Oh shit, Null's going wild. Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to him. Yeah. Uh-oh. Very much like the Michelle. Yes, this is a very much like the Richard Allen case. This is an uh-oh moment. So don't worry about it, guys. We're going to talk about that. No, because I need to talk to Null about it first, sweetheart. I can't share with the class. I'm taking a page out of Nick's strategy I can take into the internet. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Well, anyway, unknown hero for $2. We're gonna get this, and then we're gonna get right into it. For $2, he says, "Oh, I'm gonna come," and then grounds. Well, don't come. Don't come. All right, guy. Here we go. All right, so here we go. We're going to get started. We're going to watch the end of we're going to watch the end of yesterday, because this is where it gets kind of hilarious. Oh, hold on. Well, yeah, we're using long cock because I got the feed. So here we go. Okay, so hold on here. Haha, check that out, long crime. Cover your ass up. Just whoop, 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 whoop.
All rise. Please be seated. All right. So we're here, State versus Tucker. Everybody's here. I just want to say something, and then we'll hear from everybody. I'm very concerned about the fact that we don't have any more defense witnesses, despite the representations that we would. I'm not doing half days. I'm not doing third days. You either have your case and your evidence together, sir, or we're going to move on with this trial to the next phase, because it's completely unacceptable the fact that Friday we've got only the problematic Zoom on Paul at Belmont. Today we have nobody else.
Your Honor.
It's not going to happen that way anymore.
Your Honor, can I please speak for a second?
Yes, sir. You did not offer one explanation
I'm trying
legitimate as to why your supposed witnesses weren't
I
here.
will literally, if you'll give me just a second, I can go ahead and
Yes,
explain.
sir.
Okay. First off, we were given 4 weeks when I had attorneys, Your Honor.
That was an outer limit. It wasn't not so we could take
I'm
lengthy
not planning on
breaks.
it. And I'm not planning on it. I just cut my witness list down so that we could make sure that it's going to be timely, Your Honor. But I have no way of knowing how fast transport's going to bring Todd O'Quinn from the prison.
I can tell you they're not going to be bringing him any time during the course of this trial, unless you've got a order to transport ahead of time, which I haven't been presented with one.
Well, and the thing is, okay, well, that's Your Honor. That's why I also wanted to defer to the court's opinion on this, because, okay, if I can get them via Zoom, that negates that. But I mean, Zoom was problematic, I admit, right? So I didn't think Your Honor would want to go for another Zoom hearing. But at the same time, he is an important witness in this case.
Well, sir, whatever provisions you've made, that's fine. And if you haven't made proper provisions ahead of time, well, then it's on you. So in any event,
Your Honor,
I really not interested in hearing more
Well, I had
excuses
one
right
other-
now,
no, I
sir.
had one other thing.
I'm not interested in hearing it. I'm telling you
It
that
has
2
nothing to do
days
with-
in a row, we've had trial time, we've had representations, you had people here,
Your Honor.
and you didn't. So, Mr. Mansfield, what did the state want to bring up? Because we'll
Judge, the defendant has advised us that he plans on calling Seth LeVay. Seth LeVay was supposed to be here today. He's not here. He has proffered to us that his purpose in calling Seth LeVay is to authenticate the motion to suppress that the defendant believes will then be admissible in front of his jury. I submit to this court that it doesn't work that way. That written motion is hearsay. Even if Seth LeVay takes a stand and says, yes, I wrote this at the request of my client, it is hearsay. Anything contained with it is hearsay and makes it inadmissible. There is no sworn statements of Travis Johnson in that motion. Not to mention, anything that Seth LeVay gathered from his client is privileged communication. And again, Seth LeVay is not at liberty to discuss or to publish that. So I believe that us waiting around for tomorrow for Seth LeVay to come down here is going to be a waste of time because we are moving to strike him as a witness because I believe that anything he'll testify to is not going to be admissible.
613, Your Honor.
Not to mention, he's no longer under subpoena. So that's the first problem. The second problem is he's mentioned this Todd O'Quinn. Your Honor's already touched on it. There's been no transport order. There's been nothing, no provisions made. Todd O'Quinn is not going to be here. The next witness, he says Tom Walker, the investigator that did the IA investigation. I've already proffered to the court that I believe that most of that's going to be inadmissible because the IA investigator who investigated these allegations of impropriety in this investigation occurred years after this crime. Again, what I believe he's going to testify to is going to be inadmissible in this trial. His subpoena ended last Friday, so he's no longer under subpoena either. So my question to the court is, are we closing tomorrow? Because I need to be prepared.
That's a problem. You know, if people are held under subpoena, but they're no longer under subpoena, then they're done. You can't do anything about it. Also, bringing people from a jail or prison, if they're not already inside that same jail, is really hard. You need number one, not only subpoena, but you also need an order from that court you're in front of, ordering that person to be brought to the court. So, yeah, there's a lot of planning and stuff that has to be done logistically way on the front end if you want to call people in, and clearly he hasn't done this.
Or there are going to be is there something that's going to be presented that will be admissible? That's where we're at. The defendant indicated to us on the break that after Seth LeVay in the morning, he's got Chad Sabilla coming in the afternoon. So let's say that for whatever reason, Seth LeVay does come down here and we start up at 9 o'clock. And by 9:15, we're done with Seth LeVay. And then what are we going to do? Wait 6 hours for Chad Sabilla to come in. These are the delays that Your Honor has come out and touched upon them, but these are the delays that the state wanted to talk to the court about. We believe this defendant is holding these proceedings hostage. This is becoming ridiculous. The defendant had plenty of time over the weekend to post and open up a new YouTube channel and post all about it.
Who did that? I want evidence of that.
So here we are today, and he's not prepared with his witnesses. Todd O'Quinn is at Martin Correctional Facility. He's not going to be here.
5 hours. That's what it is. Your Honor, I want some evidence of what he just alleged against me.
it's just an argument. It doesn't, frankly, affect me. What does affect me in terms of this case is what I consider a motion in limine regarding Seth LeVay, what I consider a motion in limine regarding Tom Walker. So we can get to that.
Your Honor.
But in any event, so what now? What did you want to say, sir?
Well, Your Honor, to be quite frank, I'm going to go ahead and file a motion to disqualify tonight. So we're going to have to consider that.
That's fine.
Okay.
You can.
That pretty much ends the conversation right here, doesn't it?
No, sir, not at all.
I mean, because I am doing my best to make sure my witnesses are here.
Sir.
Right. But I'll tell you what, it's not exactly easy when first off, I have to go through the clerk, which they don't have to do. But not only that, we did go over and we had overlap, Your Honor. That is the way it is. Now, I just confirmed my witnesses, right? Now, they want to say that Tom Walker, because they're thinking I'm going to go to see, this is the thing. They're thinking I'm going to go, to that. But no, there's been evidence that has been tampered with, and we need to figure out which ones. Tom Walker has that knowledge. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, I don't know which videos have been tampered with. I don't know which ones, haven't been. I don't have that list. Tom Walker does. I know a lot of them have been. I mean, Lord knows I can't use my own interview video. It's been chopped into 60 pieces, 70 pieces.
Why isn't Tom Walker here today, as you said he would be on Friday?
Because, Your Honor, like I said, like he just said, my subpoena had run out. And like I said, I had to reissue my subpoenas. And yes, I went ahead and clarified it with everybody just now, again, to make sure that no, there is no further delays. Now, as far as Todd Quinn got in touch with me this weekend, right? Now, okay, I had trouble figuring out which facility he was in at first because they moved him. That's a problem. Then the other problem is they put him with Rory Wilson. How'd that happen?
Who knows? And it's irrelevant to what we're doing here.
It has nothing to do with you not being prepared,
I don't have a witness,
I checked obviously 5 minutes before you wanted to defend. You're having no further subpoenas issued by the
No, they're sitting right here because I just decided. I was like, okay, which ones am I going to narrow down? And I did want to talk to the court, but apparently the court doesn't want to talk to me, which is why I need to make a motion to disqualify.
Sir, I believe we're having a hearing right now. I'm just expressing my concern about your ineptitude, your
Your Honor.
Sir, again, you're speaking over me.
Okay.
Your inordinate, inappropriate delay of the proceedings. If this wasn't a lawyer, it would not be tolerated. I've bent over backwards to accommodate you, but we've reached the limit. I'm not going to be sending this jury home for half days anymore. You're either ready to go, or we move
this
on
right here,
to the
guys,
next stage.
I'll have my motion ready.
This is a big deal. It wastes the time. This judge has to convince these jurors, like, look, guys, this is serious. But you're also sending people home half days. They can't work half days. It fucks everything up. It wastes judicial resources because that court had blocked out a certain amount of time. Well, so now it's got like kind of downtime, and generally speaking, downtime in a court is not good because it could be getting cases done in that downtime. So this guy is kind of fucking gumming up the works, and the judge is getting really pissed off about it. So it's very interesting.
Ready for you tomorrow.
Sir, that is not relevant to what we're doing now or what I expect to
I know what the law
happen tomorrow.
says.
Well, okay, that's fine, sir. So do I. But like I said, that doesn't affect what we're addressing now. And as far as Seth LeVay is concerned, what is it that you expect him to testify to? Because if it's nothing more than saying, yeah, that's the motion to suppress that I filed.
Well, and he's also willing to say that, yes, his client did put say that his confessions were false. It literally says
he's
right on the outside of the
guys.
document, Your Honor. And it literally says inside the document, those are all previous inconsistencies. That's 613 all day.
Any more argument from the state? Because
Oh no, he had a full paid for defense team. His wife is one of the people involved in the founding of CrossFit, so no expense was spared in this case. He had a top-notch defense team. All the work he's been producing throughout the trial, his attorneys prepared in the lead up to trial. Oh, he had a team of attorneys and he fired them. So, yeah, that's not an issue there. He actually had really good counsel.
if that's what you're calling him for, I'm granting the motion. None of that is admissible. None of that is. Sir, I'm not going to start teaching you a law class now.
I mean,
that is a motion. Mr. LeVay cannot invade the attorney-client privilege.
Okay.
What he alleges in the motion is not admissible. So the fact that you don't have him here is yet another problem, which you said you would. But regardless, I'm granting the state's motion.
Your Honor,
to
you're saying I can't take a previously inconsistent statement, put it in front of Mr. Johnson and say, did you say this?
I am saying Mr. Johnson's attorney's unsworn motion doesn't consist of a previous inconsistent statement. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And nor can you ask Mr. LeVay what his client told him. Those are all clearly inadmissible. So the motion to strike LeVay is granted. So in any event.
In any event, Your Honor.
Yes.
I will go ahead and I have my list for tomorrow. I have my list for the next day. But again, if I file that motion, there is going to be no tomorrow.
Sir, you can file whatever motion you want, but your understanding of that particular motion, is what it is. I will make an appropriate ruling and we'll go from there. But in any event,
I guess we'll see.
so in any event, what else did the state? I don't expect closings tomorrow. But like I said, what I do expect is if Mr. Tucker does not have witnesses under subpoena, witness evidence ready to go, or witnesses standing by, I'm not sending this jury home anymore. We're going to proceed because that is not the way a trial is conducted. I've been more than indulgent in terms of giving him every opportunity. And so whatever you want to present or intend to present, I'd have it lined up, sir. So
That's fine, Your Honor. It's like I said, but I guess we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. Okay. Anything else? Anything else?
Nothing else for the state judge.
All right. So we'll be here at 9 o'clock and we'll go from there.
Okay, so that was yesterday, and now we're going to get to today. And today is day 7. Oh, no. Why? No, wrong day. Where is it at? Long crim. Day 8. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're going to start it up.
So
You ready to present evidence this morning?
no, Your Honor, because again,
Okay.
and don't get me wrong, I did go ahead and, I got the Chief Justice involved with this, just to make sure that we can get this, cleared up without as little
The
as
Chief Justice involved.
little as
Okay.
more. What's the word I'm looking for? But the thing is, Your Honor, the idea that I'm going to get a fair trial at this point when I'm not being allowed to present a defense, you already told me that you're not going to allow me to call Todd O'Quinn because you won't issue an order for me to get him here. I mean, there's no chance of me getting a fair trial.
I'm not going to go and rehash what happened yesterday. There was never a motion submitted nor pending for such relief. So in any event,
Your Honor, you said you wouldn't give it to me.
in any event, sir, so you do not have any of the supposed witnesses
No, I
that
told
you
him
were
no.
instructed to have that you said you were going to have today? Is
Your
that,
Honor,
sir, I'm just asking you a straight.
I'm giving you an answer here, sir. After what you told me yesterday, I called those witnesses and told them no. You don't have to come to court today because, again, Your Honor made it very clear that you weren't interested in my witnesses.
Okay, state, you have some response to Mr. Tucker's defiance of the court's instructions, his lack of preparation, and
I think the court's been more than indulgent for his requests. The court never denied him anything yesterday. He's got no witnesses to present. The state would request that we keep moving forward.
It kind of was,
He's
though.
moved to rest this morning, Judge. The state does have a rebuttal case that we're prepared to present. Want to go ahead and.
well, when you say if he's willing to rest, I didn't hear anything to that effect.
Okay, well, at any rate, Judge, depending on where we go today, if we're able to get to it, the state does have a rebuttal case to present, narrowly tailored to the evidence that was presented by the defendant yesterday through Paula Belmont's testimony. And as far as the defense witnesses, I have no, the Your Honor's put them on notice that they should have been here today. And if they're not, we would request that the court continue moving forward with this trial.
So, any response to that, Mr. Tucker? Because
Your Honor, again, you made it very clear yesterday that you even went as far as to say you didn't care what I had to say.
Well, Well,
So, I mean, the idea that, I was going to have those witnesses here and ready to go in lieu of yesterday. I mean, if you would like to give me a day to get them here, sure, I can get witnesses here. But the thing is you made it very clear to me yesterday that you weren't interested in that. And if you are interested in letting me present the defense, I'm more than happy to.
In any event, I'm looking for any input from the state because he was told to have the witnesses here. He doesn't have them here.
Judge, I can even tell the court, the witnesses that he wanted to bring in today, I don't believe are even under subpoena.
Mr. Walker and Lieutenant Scaviglia, their subpoenas were expired, but they were willing to come in today to testify. The defendant, it's our understanding the defendant called them off. Told them not to.
Okay, so
That's
okay, so you don't want to present them?
no, I do, Your Honor, but
Well,
I need to be able to do it, Your Honor.
well,
I mean,
so
you've
wait,
had
wait, wait,
opportunity.
wait.
Again,
Wait,
if
he subpoenaed people and then he calls them off as a temper tantrum. You stupid son of a bitch. Like now you're not like, what are you going to do? I mean, it does sound like one or two of them said we will still be willing to appear, which is very nice of them. But you're going to like throw a temper tantrum like, I'm not calling anybody now. Well, the judge's like, all right, I guess we're moving on.
if I may make a judicial notice, then again, I am objecting to moving forward, and I'm being forced to.
Yes, sir. You announced ready for trial. You've been given ample opportunity to
Take a judicial
present your
notice.
witnesses.
That's not how that works.
I don't think so.
And you have apparently decided you didn't want to.
I was Again,
we.
I was
Sir,
told
I know
not to.
you're going to repeat the same things, and that's fine. But at this particular point in time,
If you're going to force me to go to close, I mean, again, it's a mistrial.
excuse me, sir.
It would be a mistrial, Your Honor.
Sir,
You're not allowing me to provide a defense.
Sir, you can state and twist and spin whatever you'd like to. The fact of the matter is there's a clear, unequivocal court order that you have your witnesses
he's
ready
jerking
to
it
go,
around.
that you refuse to abide by it. So that's
I'm
the
sorry, Your
bottom
Honor,
line. And I'm
maybe I
not going to
misunderstood.
really argue with you
No,
anymore,
I mean, Your
sir,
Honor,
because
was it a written order, Your Honor? Because I haven't seen
it was verbal,
It's a
just
lawful
like
order.
Maybe
It's
I
a lawful law.
misunderstood then.
No, sir, you didn't misunderstand anything. You said, in fact, I'll have the motion to disqualify. Okay, you don't have the motion to disqualify. I said, have your witnesses here. So in any event,
It would have been
I'm not going
procedurally
to argue with
insufficient.
Mr. Tucker, so.
Okay. Your Honor,
any-
again, I'm going to have to file an appeal on this decision. then.
Sir, file whatever relief you want to see. That's
do.
all part of the process. But in the meantime,
This is a railroad.
we're going to go forward with the trial in one fashion or another, so I'm just looking for some input from the
Sure,
state.
Judge. So just so the record is clear, Your Honor had directed the defendant to have his witnesses here yesterday. We got through Ms. Belmonte, the other witnesses weren't here. Your Honor gave the defendant, he said he'd have them here today. They're not here today. The state would request that we go forward. If the defendant is going to present anything else, then the defense needs to rest and the state plans a rebuttal case.
Okay, so I'm going to take a moment to reflect on these developments. I believe I told the jurors to be here at 9:15, so I will reflect upon it and be back in a few.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to step away for 1 second. We're going to skip ahead now. We'll catch up to where they're going. Wow, this does not want to load up so we can see it.
I can tell time.
So we're time traveling here.
The clips, I think, total like 1 minute and 20-some seconds. The defendant, I guess,
I'm just
wants
reviewing.
to watch the entire video. I have no objection to using the entire video. Whatever way he wants to go, but that's where we're at, I think.
Your Honor, for me to know that, I just have to review it, that's all.
Review what?
I'm just reviewing, I was actually reviewing the video right before you came out, Your Honor. I'm trying to make good use of my time. There's actually 3 videos, and I'm not even sure which one it is.
They're excerpts from the 3 videos where she talks about her inability to ID the second assailant. That's what they were.
How much more time would you need?
I don't know, Your Honor. Again, I'm not going to need that much time. I mean, as far as reviewing the videos, but then I also have to review the depot where these are coming from because he didn't provide the entire depot. At least not that I can see here. Again, it's
God, speak in the fucking microphone, dude. I can't hear you.
from the depot. And I don't know the context.
Context is the murder you were involved in. Because you're a crackhead.
How much time would you like to have?
To do the entire depot and check the videos, all 3 of them, I would have to say at least a half hour, Your Honor.
That's not that unreasonable. If it really is new information.
How long would you anticipate this presentation to be?
But maybe half an hour.
So just 1 more hour.
Telling them to come back at 1 o'clock, letting this unfold because I just don't want to continue to go back and forth and have these people waiting further. So if that would make it more palatable or convenient. I mean, none of it's convenient for the jury, but if that would be more considerate, then we could resolve whatever objections there are to this. I could tell them to come back at 1. We'd be prepared to present to them. Then we can have our charge conference. I'm assuming, I inquired a few days ago about proposed jury instructions. I'm assuming that package is together.
It's in the process, Judge. I'm just about 90% done, but I have them by this afternoon. And I'll email Mr. Tucker his proposed jury instructions.
And jury verdict form?
Yes, sir.
That was my question, Your Honor. So they already addressed.
And so then if we let these folks go to 1 o'clock, we have them come back, we have the rebuttal case, we do our charge conference. I guess that's the best way to handle it. That's way I don't have to continue to come back and ask how much more time. And wait a second, just hold on a second. All right.
Well, are we granting it or what, Judge? Come on, let's go, man. Also, DK, I hope that gives you a big basic idea. So Franklin Tucker is accused of murdering a guy named Matthew Bonnett in the Florida Keys back in 2017. This is at Bonnett's treehouse. It was believed to be part of a drug debt and some drug-related issues there. So, that is where we are.
Have a seat, folks.
It's not like this isn't the craziest thing in the world. It's pretty straightforward. So what's he doing? Let's speed this up. He's thinking. Honestly, if we're only going to stretch things out an hour total, an hour to present, the state wants to present what they want to present, an hour for him to review it, or half hour to review it, why not just get it done? That's a very reasonable at this point compared to everything else. So,
Ladies, gentlemen, good morning. Good to see you all here.
Huh.
So I can assure you, I can tell time. I know that clock says 10:15, and I know I told you to be here at 9:15. So I, in good faith, believed that we'd be able to get to you at 9:15, but just like all of you and all of humanity, I can't predict the future. I do my best to try to gauge how much time things are going to take and what's going to happen.
He actually feels terrible for this because the
sometimes
jurors are going to get pissed.
Accurate, and sometimes that's not as accurate. Unfortunately, in this particular case, I haven't been as accurate as I think I normally am. So I have to, again, be very grateful for your patience, your understanding, your attendance, and all the other things that it takes to be a juror on this case.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to advise you that we haven't been idle here. In other words, while you're waiting, it's not like we're all taking an extended coffee break or.
Judge doesn't care. The jury doesn't care, man. Judge, he doesn't care.
Progress in terms of ultimately getting the case to you. And so I can advise you.
They don't care,
defense
man.
Presentation has been completed. That I can advise you of. And so the next step is the state's going to have an opportunity to present its case in rebuttal, which will be relatively short. And so what we need to do, or what has to happen now, in light of the fact that we've reached this juncture in the case, once again, I have to spend some time with the attorneys outside of your presence. How long is that going to take? I don't exactly know, but I do know that the best way to do it and try not to keep you in limbo is to excuse you to 1 o'clock. And that way I am as confident as I can be of anything that at 1 o'clock you'll have evidence and rebuttal presented to you, and the evidentiary portion of the trial will be over at that time. What that then means is that the lawyers, defendant, myself, will confer outside your presence. You'll be excused, and tomorrow we should be able to go to closings and deliberations.
Let him play. Yeah, give him Battleship.
Be mindful of your scheduling, your time. Try to give you the best feedback I can as to where we're at in this process. So again, I apologize for the wait, but this is where we're at, and I'll look forward to seeing you back at 1 o'clock, and have a good rest of the morning.
Okay, so this is the basis of the case right here, Tilly. What's going on is Tucker is trying to get ready to present the last little bits of his case, and he's jerking the court around. The state has said that they want to prepare a rebuttal. The state is getting ready to prepare their rebuttal, and they're using evidence he claims he hasn't seen yet, and he's demanding a right to look at it and prepare. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at with this. This is day 8. The trial should be over. It should have been over already, but it just won't die. And Tucker is representing himself.
So you'd think that Mr. Tucker,
That's more than enough time.
well, no, I mean,
So
I've got to come back here. I don't have to, but I
I don't know if I
think
want to
I'd
be a
need to come
judge.
back
That's the
here
scary part.
for 11 to see if there's any objections. I mean, so if you have any objections, I want to be able
After we get done with Michelle Trakunis, we'll do this
rule
trial.
on them so we don't find ourselves sending these folks back and forth again.
So 45 minutes, Your Honor. Is that what?
That's what I'm estimating. I mean,
Okay, no, I'm just checking.
so like 11:05.
So
And, sometimes the opposing sides actually reach agreements on some of this stuff where,
yes, it's a short trial once the pause is cut out.
gee whiz, I have a problem with that. Did you notice that? And the other side might say, oh, okay, we'll withdraw that one.
Oh,
Other
God.
times they don't. They need the judge to make a decision. So if there's any agreements and if there are any objections, if they're not, that's whatever. I'll be back at 11:05.
Thank you.
So they're going to come back at 11:05. So they're going to take a break. All right. So this is where we are with that. This guy's asking for more time to get ready. Now, I will say there actually has proof of him doing Facebook. Now, there's no proof this is him because you can't prove it's. I mean, I could do this Facebook of him. But he does talk about, like, some of you know how my day went. For those of you who don't know, it wasn't good. This just reeks of craziness here. This is I'm not even gonna read it because this is just like absolute nonsense from this guy. But when I did my motion, the judge was scared shitless. It's like I don't really think he was scared shitless. Ultimately, I really don't think that was the case. Like let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be honest. The only thing that helped with was exposing is someone from outside this county helping. Okay, well, this reeks like every other insane person out there. So that's all you guys need to know about that one. We're gonna switch back over to this real quick. There were some questions though I wanted to get out. Let's see here. Sleazy says, what's this trial about? I tried to leave it down at the bottom to help you guys catch up. This is about a murder over a drug deal and some drug debts. Frank Tucker is accused of being involved in helping kill somebody over some drug debts. And they killed the guy in the treehouse down in the Florida Keys. And it was over crack. And I'm assuming because it was grown men doing crack, I'm assuming there was also some gay crack sex in there. Because that usually goes hand in hand. But there were some questions to ask here. Ashley Casey was gifted one membership. Well, thank you, Ashley. Whoever got that, I'm sure will be thrilled. And then Rowan Cowart says, hopefully Papa Criminal is just as base as me. Oh, no. Papa Criminal is far cooler than I am. I will ever hope to be. He's far smarter than I could ever hope. He's what you guys think I am. He's definitely, he's definitely the Chad. So that's what I'll say. I'll just leave it there. Unknown Hero for $5. Thank you for the support. Is asking question. can a pro se or a pro per defendant appeal on ineffective assistance of counsel? No. You effectively waive that, and that's generally acknowledged while you enter that plea, or while you enter that I want to represent myself. The judge sits you down and says, "Hey, man, hey, bro, dog, you understand you're giving that up," and that's generally acknowledged in writing as well. So I don't know exactly if the court got to that point, but it's you've waived it, and like I can't imagine a circumstance where they would let you. So yeah, he's toast in that regard. And then President-elect Phil Swift for $1.99. Thank you. Says you got to start live tweeting your cases and motions. I think that would border on issues with professional responsibility. Even if I could do it, even if I was allowed to do it, I don't think that would be fair to my clients. They are entitled to some. They're entitled to some confidentiality. They're entitled to some privacy. They're entitled to some decency and respect. Now, if it's a case like if I get retained or hired or appointed to something somebody crazy does in the news and that gets out, fine. But I would never be sitting there live tweeting it or doing live streams where I'm like, "Hey guys, here's what I did today," just because that's not fair to them. I know that's partially a joke, but every once in a while somebody does ask that in a serious way. So I thought I'd just address that in case there's anybody out there. Rowan says with a name like Tyrone, maybe he could play the race card. Okay, to be fair, Tyrone is a traditional Irish name. Like there's a County Tyrone. So with a name like Rowan, I thought you'd know that. I bet you do. I assume you're just being cheeky. You're just being cheeky there, so. So here we go. Can the judge find him in contempt? Yeah, he can. He can, but the judge is. A judge can be really low to do that in a situation like this because he is representing himself. Remember, it's just like with Darrell Brooks. The judge going out of his way helps him protect the record. So. The Fed postinator says, putting my client's teamwork into the sector would have untold negative consequences. Yes. Alpha Fox says he said that he's the only white guy in Florida named Tyrone. Okay. Yes, in Florida he probably is. But if he went to Ireland, he wouldn't be. So we're going to get started, though. We're going to move along to where they get going because there's a lot of downtime here, guys. That's the neat part. It's just oodles of downtime. So we're going to time travel. We're going to time travel here and move along. So here we go. To quote Mario, here we go. Yahoo!
Okay, I'm back about the time I said I would return. So
I shall return.
and presumably he's had an opportunity to
Putting his
view the
Douglas
rebuttal
MacArthur.
material or any objections.
Your Honor, there's a couple of things I'd like to go over with Mr. Mansfield, I guess, on this. The videos, he stipulated that he would play them in their entirety. I agree. If we're going to play the videos, we play them in their entirety.
Judge, let me explain. The three, typically speaking, what I'm using the videos for is to rebut her statements about IDing the second person that came in yesterday. So I pulled 3 snippets from the first video at the hospital, 3 clips from the first video at the hospital. Mr. Tucker wants that video played in its entirety, so I will play the first video in its entirety where these 3 clips were pulled from. That interview goes on, they go outside the hospital. I'm not playing all that. That's not my purpose in using this video. My purpose is very specific. I'm rebutting the statements that she made.
That was loud.
On the defense case,
Ah.
where she articulates what she knows about the second person in the treehouse that night versus what she's saying here the night that it happened.
Your Honor, if I may. Well, first off, I would like to renew my objection to the videos coming in at all because, again, the perpetuated testimony was supposed to be used solely if she was unavailable and nothing else after that. They had all this available to them at the time. They got their cross in, all that at the time, and now they want to go ahead and redo it. Since mine was stricken from the record, I would suggest that, that yes, I'm not going to get an opportunity to redo mine. I would imagine they don't get to redo theirs.
I'm sorry, when you say
The original
mine?
testimony when she came in to testify, Your Honor, was stricken from the record. So I didn't get to actually cross her. I didn't get to actually direct her, I should say. But now they would like to go ahead and recross, even though they've crossed this testimony before.
Okay, well, I'm going to overrule the objection because.
Hey, everybody from Broken Baker. Thanks for stopping by, guys.
It's a recross. In fact, it's
Hello.
a rebuttal. So
Okay.
I believe they're entitled to present rebuttal, and I believe the
Thanks, Baker.
Zoom effort with Miss Belmont, I've covered that completely, and I don't think that's pertinent at this point.
Your Honor, I just wanted it on the record. That was all.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as far as the current videos, Mr. Mansfield was not able to tell me which videos they were pulled from, so I had to go and look at all three. I didn't do so completely, but I kind of have an idea, I guess, which videos he's pulling from. And like I said, any video he's pulling from, I'd like it played in its entirety, just for context. Because taking clips out of context, taking sound bites out, I don't like that idea. It has a danger of prejudicial impact on the jury.
So, is there any?
Again, I have no problem playing the video that incorporates all three of these statements. But once the last one is made, I'm not moving anything in beyond that last statement about ID. So to play that that's not what I'm planning on presenting.
Well, just so I'm clear. Just let me understand the issue here. The state has, when we say a video, could you again identify what, where, when?
Yes, sir. It's a video at the hospital the night of the event when Miss Belmont was taken to the hospital, and Danielle Malone approaches her in the hospital and begins to ask her questions about what happened at the treehouse. And Miss Belmont gets into detail about the assailant, both assailants actually.
Okay, so there's portions of that you believe rebut assertions, statements in yesterday's deposition to perpetuate.
Correct, Judge, that's correct.
And Mr. Tucker would like to have context, so you're amenable to that interview in the hospital being played.
The portion of the interview that addresses the ID of the second assailant.
Okay.
Then that interview goes on, but that's not rebutting anything at that point. My rebuttal is her statements about that second assailant. So I have no problem playing the video that incorporates the discussion about the second assailant. But at that point, I don't think there's any purpose in playing the rest of her interview because I'm not using that to rebut anything.
So is there anything further from the defense about this issue?
Yes, sir, because innately, I guess, what Mr. Mansfield's trying to argue is that, we're not going to use these cuts, but we're going to go ahead and cut it, cut it right then and there. And, again, you're removing all context of where, what was happening, what was going on, her state of mind at the time. You're really, again, if you're going to use this as a rebuttal, you have to provide the complete picture.
There is a rule of completeness, but that doesn't go to the entirety of the interview.
No,
if there was some statement that she made and they chopped it off in the middle of the sentence or within a couple of a paragraph that explained, that would be one thing, but there's no obligation to play the entirety of the interview.
Well, it's not that long, Your Honor. And to be quite frank, I mean, I'm looking through the deposition here, and that's exactly what they did. They chopped out different sentences.
Well, as long as those sentences are not misleading or they're, but.
That's why we haven't gotten to that part yet, Your Honor. But I'm saying is the video is not that long. You know, if it's the first one, if that's what he wants to use, I don't see why we don't just play it in its entirety.
I've already said I'll play that one in its entirety, the first video.
Okay, and that's the only one. That's the only one with the cuts, right?
So we both know what we're talking about. The first video.
Yeah, we're in agreement.
Okay, so, all right, fine. So what other objections are there?
Well, at this point, again, I've been going through the deposition, and I'm almost inclined to want to go through the whole, literally just submit the entire deposition. Because, I mean, again, these sentences are cut out. They're cut out from.
Yes, he's out of
they're
bond.
taken way out of context. And if we want to provide the jury a clear picture of what she said, I think we give them the entire deposition.
But that's not the goal.
I mean, he's almost doing it already, Your Honor. He just takes out the stuff he doesn't like.
Well, again, if it's misleading, if it's not complete, but
that would be the
state
case.
is not under an obligation, or vice versa, either party is not under an obligation to present adverse material to their case, especially if it's just redundant as to what the other side already presented.
Okay,
so
okay.
if
that the judge needs to be careful how he phrases that, because yes, they generally don't have to present material that's adverse to your case. But I would argue if there really was exculpatory material, the prosecution should be doing that. I'd argue they have an ethical obligation. But what do I know? I think that's how the rules should be interpreted. But yeah.
If there's some particular excerpt that's objectionable, I'll be happy to look at the.
Your Honor, like I said, I haven't had a chance to go through the entire thing, right? But as I've seen so far, right, literally, we would have to go through, and again, we're going to have to go through piece by piece by piece. And yes, there's different parts where, yes, it is definitely misleading.
Well,
so
let's get started because I'm.
Oh, and the other thing, Your Honor, I did have one more issue, or not issue, but one thing I'd like to address is, okay, if they want to go ahead and play this video as a rebuttal, we have videos that actually add context to this video that we would like to play.
Okay, so,
The defense doesn't put on a rebuttal to the state. I'm rebutting evidence he introduced yesterday with that video at the hospital and the deposition. We've already covered the video from the hospital. I would submit we need to start going through the different deposition statements and see if the court will make a ruling as to whether we should be able to go into those or not.
In all honesty, Your Honor, I mean, this should have been addressed before we came in today. I would say. You know, I mean, it's not like I haven't been, available for communication. I haven't been available to go ahead and to go ahead and look at these things. But what I'm saying is, okay, again, she says things in this deposition specifically in response to things that, happened outside of the deposition. And again, it takes it out of context.
okay, well, again, let's look at the specifics because that's how we handle it.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, so
But
this deposition was a discovery deposition?
Yes, sir. Back on May 1st of 2019.
Do you happen to have a copy I could look at?
Judge, I gave you the excerpts.
You gave me the excerpts, yeah.
You want the entire deposition?
I can actually.
I have it.
Well, thank you. Okay, so
Judge, first and foremost, let me draw your attention to the beginning. The witness was sworn in, so we covered that. The first excerpt the state intends to potentially use is on page 13.
Guys, we're watching. So Ashley says, "Why are we watching this instead of day 7 or 8 of Michelle?" I was told this is. I was told this is just absolutely like. This is truly hilarious. It's truly hilarious, apparently, and I've had multiple people recommend that we watch this today, including Mrs. 2.0, and I trust her very, very much. And she thought you guys would like this. It's a great change up. And with, going back to tomorrow, we'll be getting back to Michelle. It's just, we kind of had to do this one. So just hang tight with me on this. I think you guys will like it. It gets really good. So yeah. No, you have no reason to be curious. You can be saying like, wait, why are we switching this up? And I think it's a good switch. So here we go. We'll get back into it. No worries, Ashley.
It's a rather involved question and answer about identity. Yeah, and dark clothing. I don't remember. It's been a year.
Wait.
Hold on. Could you please just give me a second to pull it up so that I can follow, please?
Right. Page 13, line 1, just reading from the, actually, from what I can see, it's lines, you want to use lines 1 through 25.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so go ahead, read it.
Okay, the first one.
Actually, I can read it. I don't need you to.
Fair enough.
Well, let me read it.
Judge is like, I'm not going to let you read to me, you mongoloid. Get out of here.
You're not sharing.
Is there an objection to this excerpt?
Well, just 1 second. I just got it up there.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry.
So, let's see what questions here. Absolutely. This is what I'm, okay. I don't have anything necessarily in opposition to in this section, Your Honor, but she does go into, later she actually says some things that add to this section.
Okay. Frank, if you have no objection, that's fine. I honestly, starting at the top of the page, it's like confusing. I don't know who it's talking about, and moreover, it doesn't seem to be inconsistent. She's talking about Rory Wilson, at least.
Said it's awful paint. It's like a yellow.
Judge, may I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I included the beginning of the page just for context, but she really gets down to it. Line 10. Are you sure it was Rory Wilson? Absolutely, without a doubt. Who else did you see there that night? No one that I can identify. Do you know Ty Tucker? I know him, yes. Did you not see Ty? Not that I can identify. I saw another person, but I can't identify him. In the perpetuated testimony yesterday, she was adamant 100% when Colorado asked her, that it wasn't Ty Tucker. Here she's saying she can't identify the second person.
I understand that would be inconsistent with the testimony. I just didn't, again, understand how the portion about Rory Wilson, but again, if it's given context.
Your Honor, could I?
Prosecutor's getting a little
interject
short
there?
with the
I don't
judge,
mean
and the
to-
judge is like,
step on toes, but,
you guys need to
but
chill
okay,
out.
But this is what I meant by the videos again, because, okay, it is inconsistent with a statement she made, but she also says in her videotape deposition, was the perpetuated testimony. She says there was a time there, the detective picture had
There
her
was a
thinking it wasn't
time.
me. And unfortunately, this is the
It's
result
Sharon.
of that time, which we have the videos of where he is confusing her. He is giving her other information. He's feeding her information saying it wasn't me. That is, again, not inconsistent with what she says in her perpetuated testimony. She says exactly that.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. I mean, if.
I just think it would prejudice the jury to think that, man, she's actually saying something. Again, she is in different states of mind depending on when these were asked.
Right. This happened immediately after.
I'll explain later, but no, there was an issue with my
deposition. You're
creator
right. But in any
studio.
event, I think that, that's.
I think in all fairness, we should show the context. I mean, again, she said as the detective picture had her questioning it at a given point. And I can see why when you look at the videos.
Okay. In any event, I'm going to allow this particular excerpt.
Okay.
So then we go to the next page.
Page 14.
This is just a continuation.
It is a continuation.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see.
All right. So they're going through this. We're going to speed this up, at least for this part, guys, because this is kind of reading a transcript is boring. This is ridiculous. I mean, nobody wants to watch transcripts getting read. Imagine being a prosecutor and you lose to a pro se. Yeah, that would be rough. That would be very, very rough.
It does have sentences that are removed. So they have, again, there's things that are removed. I have to again quickly here just to make sure that.
Sentences that were removed.
Yes, their statements are actually removed from this. I mean, if our copies are correct.
Okay.
Page 14, lines 1 through 25.
Okay, so we're going to get to this. No, I did not boomer my studio settings. The community guideline strike would not go away. Because it was only my first. It was supposed to be a warning, but it wasn't clearing out. Like, I acknowledged it. I said, okay, fine. I acknowledge I broke the rules, whatever. Wasn't going to appeal it because I clearly violated the rule looking and reading it. Okay. So I tried to clear it out and it wasn't going. So I'm like, I guess this is like a week-long strike. And I was working with, I was reaching out to YouTube and they're like, if you're still locked out of your creator studio, sign out of YouTube and sign back in. So I signed out of YouTube. I signed back in. It cleared it out so I can use it again. So that's what happened. So no, this was YouTube's problem. So yeah.
What's removed?
Okay, let's see.
This is I'm looking at the transcript.
Okay, guys, if they're reading the transcript, we're going to skip ahead. I am not going to sit here and listen to these guys read a transcript. There's that is not what I want to do. We're gonna skip ahead to where he actually testifies and he gets going. Okay, let's just. There's no point in sitting around otherwise. Let's just see where we're at. Let's see if we can find the time spot where he's in there. All right, here we go. We've gone like 4 hours in the matter of like an hour and 10 minutes. Isn't that cool? We're so cool, chat. All right, here we go.
So we're here on the record, State versus Tucker. Jurors are in the jury room, so you prepared to proceed with your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's bring in the jury then.
A very strong handshake.
All right, folks, you can have a seat. We'll wait for the remaining juror. Make yourself comfortable.
All jurors present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The jury, welcome back. Good to see you back again. I'm sure you recall that I informed you before we took a very early break this morning that the defense's presentation had been completed. I was a bit premature with that. There's one other aspect of.
I forgot about that part. Yesterday, Tucker acted like such an asshole and was jerking everything around. The court said, "Cool, you're done presenting evidence. I've determined you're being such a dick. You're done." He closed the case for him, just like Darrell Brooks. His presentation was closed. Obviously in hindsight, well, I mean, I think he did it to kind of punish Tucker to know there's rules. But ultimately, if Tucker wants to take the stand in his own defense, a judge is pretty much going to have to let him, because that's going to look like it's probably going to be reversible error if he doesn't. So, he's going to be letting Tucker take the stand in his own defense.
Evidence that is going to be presented. So, Mr. Tucker.
I guess I'm calling myself to the stand.
All right. So, Mr. Tucker is going to be a witness in the case. So, if you'd approach the deputy, turn, face the clerk, just raise your right hand, face the clerk. You've already cleared security like everybody else here, so you're good. We want to put you under oath like every other witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, please have a seat on the witness stand.
Actually, if you would, thank you. I'm probably going to need somewhere in here.
All right, so first of all, would you state your name?
Franklin Tyrone Tucker.
All right, so as you all know, Mr. Tucker's acting as his own attorney. So in this particular direct examination, he is being allowed to testify in narrative form rather than asking himself questions and then giving an answer. He's just going to testify as a narrative.
And we've seen this in other trials. That's a normal way of doing it. This is not
a little weird. Not
this
exactly
is very common,
expected, guys. I'm sorry about that. But, I guess we're going to start. I think the best place to probably start is probably around Hurricane Irma. That would probably be the best way to go. I've been in Key West for, I don't know, a while. Been probably a couple of years. Been working on boats.
Lifelong crack
before
smoker.
The storm happened. I got myself a boat. Actually, I had 3 at one point. But, doing the idea was to, sail the Caribbean, eventually island hop my way down to Venezuela and then go to South America, go up the mouth of the Amazon. Didn't happen. Obviously Irma did a lot of damage. I mean, I'm sure some of you were here and remember. But thing is I didn't evacuate when that happened. And eventually, just prior to this incident happening, I was working doing hurricane cleanup. There wasn't very many of us here. A lot of people had evacuated, so there wasn't too many people here to do that kind of work. Not that it was my normal thing, but yeah, I mean, I was getting paid pretty good money. To be honest, it was, they had some of the more wealthy neighborhoods that were up in the Big Pine area. They had people who wanted their roofs blue tarped. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but they wanted their roofs blue tarped, and they were paying me $300 an hour to get up there. And at the time, I mean, I was like $300 an hour. I'm up there, no problem, So I did some of that, and I also did hurricane, like debris, getting rid of debris and chopping up, cutting up like I don't know, logs,
Cutting up hookers.
trees that had fallen. I do remember finding an airplane cockpit in somebody's backyard in Big Pine, and there's no airport near there, So anyway, but that's what I was doing for money at the time, and I was getting paid cash. So like I said, $300 an hour, and sometimes I do, I don't know, 4 or 5 roofs in a day sometimes. So that's pretty good money for that time, right? And yes, I did stay at cots at certain points, just because like many people at that time, didn't have it. A lot of us, if you want to say homeless, I guess that is the word. But the thing is a lot of people were homeless at that point. A lot of people lost their boats. A lot of people lost their houses.
He's going to be like, you're no different than me.
I wasn't exactly special that way. But I was working the whole time, and, I was making good money. And my whole plan was to buy another boat, and again, resume my plan to sail off into the Caribbean. And this, this is a personal note, I guess, because of the time. Most people don't know I have a 14-year-old. I had a 14-year-old son at the time that I raised myself. I was a single dad, and I raised him up till.
Judge the relevance.
Okay,
Well, because he was supposed to come live with me. That's the only.
I'm sorry, Mr.
story.
You wanted to complete your thought there? If it's connected, go ahead.
No, it's just part of the story because he was actually supposed to, he was supposed to be coming to live with me in about 2 months before, when this happened.
Okay.
Right after this happened, I had about 2 months, and he was supposed to come live with me. So it is kind of part of the story. You see my mentality at the time. But the thing is okay. So anyway, that didn't happen, obviously. So as far as the warehouse, right? The warehouse, I remember it from the storm because yes, I did stay there during the storm, and it was a big steel building. It was on cinder blocks, so I mean, okay, it seemed like a good place to ride out the storm. And the only thing I was worried about was the roof getting blown off. So I stayed there for I don't know, maybe a week. I don't know, something like that. I can't remember exactly. But and I know it's come out before that April Walker, Rory Wilson's girlfriend, did not like me. And I didn't stay there because of that. It's like, and not only that, they were having, between Rory and April, they had domestics that, I remember the cops coming out 3 times in one night when I was there. And I'm like, okay, this is not someplace I want to be. Right. So I didn't stay there. I went, I was staying at cots again. Right. And when I was staying at cots, it was okay. I don't necessarily like staying there, but I was saving up money. That's basically it. Saving up money, getting a new boat. Anyway, so, somewhere along the lines, and I don't remember exactly when this was, but, I know Mr. Johnson testified that, we met after he got out of jail. No, I was actually at work when he went to jail, and I remember very well when he went to jail because we knew each other prior.
It keeps buffering. I'm trying to download it, but it's not.
He actually
Long
knows
Crime
how
was
I ended
not
up at the
allowing me
warehouse.
to.
The way I ended up there is
I think he's just still
I had a
alive.
friend, CJ and Michelle, who lived. They were living in the same. I guess they. You guys know conch houses, I guess, is what they call them down here. But it wasn't really a conch house because it's a warehouse, and they built they had built apartments in there that I guess weren't really legal, but they were renting out rooms, but sharing a bathroom and a kitchen and a dining room, right? And there's multiple roommates that are up there. So there's people, I don't even remember how many people live there. There's a bunch of people who live there. But anyway, Roy Wilson and his girlfriend had the apartment downstairs. They actually had an apartment to themselves. And then there were
Like
people
Brian
upstairs
Wilson?
who lived in the
I am
apartments
bad
upstairs.
like
or
Brian
the rooms
Wilson
upstairs, I should
did.
say. One of them was brought up before a guy named David Gross, right? They like to call him the White Detroit in this whole story. But yes, he lived upstairs. And my friends CJ and Michelle had one of these rooms up there. And Michelle, she was the manager at Burger King. She was actually a manager at Burger King. I forget what CJ did. But the thing is okay, CJ somewhere along the lines gets into an altercation with David Gross and punches him in the nose, right? And again, David goes ahead and gets a restraining order against CJ. Now, I just happened to show up the day that the police are escorting CJ and Michelle out of there because of this restraining order, right? And as they're going out, they're going to a hotel. That's where they're going to go, and they can't take all their belongings with them, right? Can't take everything with them. So they asked me. They were like, "Okay, well, would you stay here and watch our stuff? Make sure nobody messes with it. Make sure nobody steals it. That kind of stuff. Stay here, while until we can get up and come back and get our stuff, right?" And I was like, at first I was like, okay, well, I've got to be at work in a few days, but yeah, I can watch it for you, and so I do, and I go and I stay in CJ and Michelle's room, and I did come into contact with a few of these people. It's like, again, Travis was one of them. I didn't know him very well.
So
as far as I knew, he came down from Michigan with a guy named Scott Gideon. That's the one I asked about. Or no, sorry, Matthew Gideon is his name. They called him Matty. But anyway, he had come down from Michigan with this guy. And, they were okay. I didn't really think anything of them. But, but they were okay. And I don't remember exactly how long I was there before this incident happened, but this is how I end up, in this thing. Because, okay, like I said, I don't remember exactly the time frame here, but I do remember some of the people that were around at the time. I do remember Travis was there. I know Matthew had already left, and I think Matthew went to the beach, if I was correct. If I'm correct. But again, Mr. Johnson ended up with his medications. So
makes you wonder what the hell
story. But the thing is
yes, and quit telling it. Get to the important story.
This
God.
Fantasy Fest time, when this happens, right? Because
tell the important story. I'm going to kill myself if you don't.
Right. And Fantasy Fest, that year was on Halloween, the 31st.
Fantasy Fest is anime now.
I know from just my own phone records that I looked at recently when I was looking at it for this case, right? I had 2 phone calls with John Travis Johnson, right? And they're from the 28th of October, right? So I must have met him somewhere in that time period, right? And I know that year for Fantasy Fest, I don't remember what the theme was. I really don't remember what the theme was, but I know that the parade was on.
It's like the
Halloween
Disturbed
night.
front man, he does.
It was at the Green Parrot that night, right? And I hung out there quite a bit. My friend,
Headphones.
Friend runs the place.
Yeah, hold on here. Let's just.
I don't know if any of Jim Fossum, but yeah, he runs the place.
Oh,
and, so I still have quite.
This guy tells stories like an addict.
I've been coming here since I was 13, and then I guess they call it a Key West rubber band is what they call it. It's like I'll move away, I come back. I move away, I come back. My daughter was even born here, right? So anyway, to keep on going here,
I'm sure that's. We're refreshing this up, guys. We're gonna try to get this we're gonna try to get this rolling.
I planned on living on boats, and yes, I was living that lifestyle. It's like that, and I also did hurricane.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, he got to. There we go.
I'm resuming drinking, and I am smoking weed at this time. This is where this. Okay, to clarify, when I went to go get cigarettes at Tom Thumb,
All right, here we go.
wanted to paint up our faces.
Why is this not?
And they had built apartments in there that I guess who wanted their roofs blue tarped. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but
Sorry, is it?
one of them was brought up before a guy named David Gross. If I'm correct. But again, Mr.
What's that? I will be.
Johnson ended up.
Yeah, we're gonna speed up for this guy. It's just
they call it Little Haiti there.
we're just gonna speed up from here.
And then I guess they call it a Key West rubber band is what they call
There
it.
we go.
It's like, oh, I'll move away, I come back, I'll move away, I come back. My daughter was even born here, right? So anyway, to keep on going here.
1.25 will be fast enough for him. Otherwise, we'll lose it.
My name's Ben, and we're hanging out on what we call the party bench. It's right outside the little deli that's right there down on the corner. And he has a dog. Can't take him in the bar, so we're hanging out on the bench. And some girls come by, and they wanted to paint up our faces, and of course we let them. Right? I mean, it's like, okay, why not? Right? So they go ahead and paint up our faces and all that. And then they're like, okay, well, can you pose for us? Look scary, that kind of thing. Okay, so we do, both of us, right? So there's a picture of both of us like this. But anyway, so fast forward. We go down to the point where all this has happened. And again, Fantasy Fest, I mean, I have a tendency to drink more when I come to Key West than any place else I ever live. It's like especially when I was on the boatyard and working on boats and stuff like that, because I did do quite a bit of that. I actually did a restoration project on a big Hatteras yacht at one point. But so yeah, I have a tendency to drink more when I'm down here. And this one day, and this is about the best I could recollect, is I remember that day I was drinking Fireball with Travis, right? So I know I'd been drinking that day, and I know I went into the bedroom, which is again CJ and Michelle's room, and I know. So this is during the time period where I'm watching it for them, So I remember that, and I don't remember much else about the day except I do remember at one point. It's got to be later on in the evening, and I wake up and I'm out of cigarettes, right? And I wake up and I get, and Travis is actually there, right? So I go and I walk to Tom Thumb, to get cigarettes, and I go over there to get cigarettes, and I come back, and when we were up at Tom Thumb, right? I remember looking, and I'm like, I could look up, okay, there's the fire stations right there, and then you can see Laurel Avenue where this happened, right? You can see Laurel Avenue from there, and I could see the cop lights up there, right? I could see a bunch of cop lights up there. And I remember saying to Travis, I was like, man, I wonder what happened up there, right? And it's like, and the thing is again, I'm not in dark clothing. I am in shorts. I am wearing sandals. I am wearing, normal people clothes, right? I guess I should say normal for Key West, right? But anyway, yes, and Mr. Mansfield alluded to this. I did have a nice big long goatee, and I had, Lord knows I have tattoos when I take off my suit. But the bottom line is I planned on living on boats, and I guess I was living that lifestyle. It's like, I planned on sailing off into the sunset and, just enjoying my life and kind of traveling, so I kind of look like a little savage. I'm not going to say I didn't, it's like, us boat people, we kind of had have a style, I guess. I don't know what it is. And, and yeah, it's kind of a freer way of living, I guess. Anyway, but beside the point. So getting back to that night, I remember looking up on Laurel Avenue and seeing the lights, right? By the time we got back, right? So it's not a very far walk from Tom Thumb to the warehouse. But by the time we got back there were cop cars everywhere. I mean, I'd never seen anything like that on Stock Island, right? I mean, literally you had the FWC, Border Patrol, there's police everywhere, and they're going everywhere, right? And, there's police sirens everywhere. And I remember, we went back inside, and I think Travis did buy like a 12 pack of beer or something like that, right? And we go back inside, and I remember you could see again. There's a bunch of these cop cars that went down into what they call they call it Little Haiti there, right? It's a bunch of trailers, and and yes, it's before you get to the Hogfish, right? That road there. And I remember there's a bunch of cop cars that, man, you're going down into that neighborhood, right? And I'm like, damn, I wonder what those guys did. I'm like, I mean, whatever it is, they want them bad, So, and I think I said that to Travis. I'm not sure. Oh, and by the way, when we got back, that was the other thing. Big Scott was waiting for us when we got back. I remember that too. Because, okay, I know Travis, he testified that, he had the key to the door. Him and Murray Wilson were the only ones with the keys to the door, right? So, Big Scott was waiting outside for us, right? And because he couldn't get inside, right? He couldn't get in the door. Right. So anyway, so we go upstairs, and and when I saw all that stuff out the window, you got to remember, I'm still a little bit lit. I managed to walk my butt down to the thumb, but I wasn't going much farther than that. So anyway, so I go from there. Let's see, I go from there, and I remember Big Scott and Travis were going to go, and they were going to go hang out on the front porch downstairs and watch the cop cars go by. Just see what was up. They're going to drink beer on the porch and watch the cop cars. I'm like, okay, I'm going back to bed, because I was like, I'm not, I'm still not good, right? So I went back in, and I passed out in the bed, right? And was it CJ and Michelle's room, right? So I passed out in there, and from what I understand, again, I can't, I can't really, say, except for I've seen it on video now. I mean, I've seen it on video as far as some of this stuff, but while I was upstairs and I'm passed out in there, this is where, okay, to clarify, when I went to go get cigarettes at Tom Thumb, right, it has to be sometime after the Florida Keys Electric video that you see there, right? It has to be sometime after that. I don't know when, but unfortunately, that's all we have for video. So I don't know. I just know that it had to be sometime after that, because like I said, Travis is already there. So it's like, okay, I know it has to be there, right? So anyway, so I don't know exactly what time. I couldn't tell you exactly what time. I do know that yes, it would have been helpful if we had the video from Tom Thumb.
Judge, can I object? Can we come sidebar?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So. Okay. So we'll resume with direct examination testimony.
So I'm going back to where we are with the story. So again, I'm passed out in bed, and somewheres along the lines, again, the police show up at the house. Is it because, okay, this was told to me by Travis and Big Scott.
Objection to hearsay.
Okay.
Well, let's sustain the objection.
Okay. Well, I get woke up along the line somewhere along the night, and I don't remember when, but I remember, man, I get woken up in the middle of the night, and because when they went downstairs to go and check this out, right, I remember telling them, I was like, I'm gonna go sleep, man. I'm like, tell me what happened later, just tell me what happened, because I mean, it is kind of a big deal, So anyway, so I go pass out, and somewhere along the night, I wake up, man, and Rory Wilson is there, and Travis is there, and Big Scott's there, and I mean, we're drinking, and yeah, smoking some weed, I mean, and as far as crack, I don't remember, man, the crack thing. Not too much of it anyway. I mean, I vaguely remember some of it. But the thing is because I say that because I seem to remember somebody having crack, somebody smoking it, but man, I don't remember. I do, again, at this point, I'm resuming drinking, and I am smoking weed at this time, right? So I'm not, again, I'm refogging my brain at this point. So anyway, so after that, let's see, because okay, like I said, again, I had a tendency around Fantasy Fest. It was usually a couple weeks worth of partying, man, during Fantasy Fest. It's usually what it was for me, But I don't remember much, man, as far as the next day. I don't really remember too much as far as that went. I do remember. Okay, this is one thing I do remember. Because again, it starts. It's been many years, and I can't really tell you guys, man, exactly because it has been years, and I'm trying to, my best to remember here. But I do remember there's a point that comes in there where we have two detectives that show up at the door, right? And they come to the front door, and I open the door for them. You know, I literally open the door for them, and you know, I know now who they are. You know, I mean, I'm sure they introduced themselves at the time. I just don't remember them introducing themselves, but it was Detective Smith and Detective Fernandez, right? And now don't get me wrong, I knew they were detectives because they're not wearing uniforms and they've got their badge on their belt, right? So the thing is okay, so I know they're detectives, right? And they start asking me questions about Rory Wilson, right? And you know, I know Rory. I mean, I don't.
Sorry, guys, I had to
know,
take a phone call.
It's not like we hang out all the time. It's not like I know him, you know, I know him that well, right? But I know him, right? And but they're asking me questions like, okay, you know, they're asking me, you know, is he a drug dealer? You know, they're asking me, you know, stuff like that, right? And I'm like, well, not that I know of. You know, I know he has a job. You know, I mean, I know he has a pregnant girlfriend. I know that. You know, but you know, they're asking me a bunch of different questions, right? And you know, I actually even, you know, I even gave him, you know, Rory's phone number. I was like, you know, if you want to contact him, here, I'll give you his number, right? And I remember Rory after that, man. It's like, you know, it's kind of weird, but he texts me right after they leave, and because I also told him that Rory's door is around the other side of the building, right? It's actually on the back side of the building. He has like a front door that's all his own, right? And I told him about that, and it's like, so anyway. Again, you know, it's a little fuzzy here, but I do remember Rory texting me not long after they left, right? And you know, he's like, you know, cops.
Objection to hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Well, anyway, so I do remember, you know, telling Rory, I go to, you know, him because they left me a card, right? And I go knock on his door and I give him the card, right? And I said, look, man, these aren't uniformed officers. These are detectives, man. I'm like, you know, and they were asking me some questions about you, and you might want to give them a call. You know what I mean? So anyway, so that's what I tell him, and I give him the card, right? And after that, let's see, I'm trying to remember anything important after that because, you know, okay, after that, I don't remember too much. Oh, because it wasn't too long after that where they come in and they do this raid. But okay, prior to the raid, I remember this. It's Thanksgiving time, right? So it's around Thanksgiving, right? And I remember.
Would you mention the raid?
Had like a Thanksgiving dinner, like a free Thanksgiving dinner or something like that, right? And you know, I like Deluna's, and so I went over there for that. I think this would be the 21st. I would have to say it's the 21st because actually, yeah, I know it's the 21st now. Okay, so it's the 21st, right? And you know, I go and you know, I was a little sketched out by the detective showing up there, you know, because look, you know, the warehouse, you know, like I said, Rory Wilson, you know, and April had cops come there many times, right? And look, it's only a matter of time before you're going to get caught up in something, right? So I didn't want to stay there very long, and I actually told CJ and Michelle this, right? I'm like, you know, I'm trying to be a friend here, but at the same time, I'm not trying to hang out here too long, right? And so anyway, so I remember, you know, the raid at the warehouse. You know, that's what Travis called it. I don't know what you actually call it, but that night, you know, okay, I went to Deluna's, went and did the whole dinner thing, and this is when I first heard about what had happened up at the treehouse, right? I hear through a friend of mine, Janice. We were having dinner that night, you know, the Deluna's thing, and she told me that.
Objection to hearsay.
Oh, okay. I was
Sustain the
informed.
objection in terms of the details.
I was informed that, you know, somebody got stabbed in the parking lot up at CVS. That's what I was informed of, right? And so that was my first, you know, hearing of this. Anyway, but that same night is when this thing happens as far as the whole raid thing. And I'm telling you, it's the stupidest thing I ever did, man, this whole thing. Because, okay, they come in and I'm upstairs and I'm literally in CJ Michelle's room and I had a laptop, you know, kind of like I do now, but I had a laptop and I was watching TV on the laptop, right? And I was just getting ready, you know, watching, you know, another show. And when they came in, the way that place was laid out, they had like, because it was an old warehouse, right? So they had the one I was in, you could literally see to downstairs, right? It had like a plexiglass window that went across one of the walls. I imagine it was like an old supervisor, you know, like an old supervisor office or something. But you could look down and you could actually see right downstairs, right? And I hear a bunch of commotion down there. And I look down, you know, from the plexiglass, you know, the window, and I could see the cops banging on the door, right? They're actually, because, okay, it's two separate, you know, Rory's got his in the back. There's this big storage room. And then there's like the stairs that go up to the other, I don't want to say apartments, but the other rooms where people were renting, right? And so they're banging on the door, right? And they've got a battering ram. There's boom, boom. And then I see they've got ski masks on. They've got assault rifles. There's smoke. I mean, literally, I look down there and I'm just like, oh my God, right? And so anyway, do the dumbest thing that you could possibly ever do. I go out of CJ Michelle's room and I come walking down the stairs with my hands up, looking like an idiot because I'm sitting there going, I'll open the door, just don't shoot. Like they can see me. You know, it's like, you know, so as soon as I open the door, the next thing you know, I've got an assault rifle in my nose, right? And they're leading me
in your
out.
nose.
And, you know, literally, I'm like whipped around, handcuffs on, and taken out to a squad car, right? And it's like, And I remember, and one thing I didn't like is I remember as I was going by, seeing Roy Wilson's girlfriend on her stomach. Now, look, April and I didn't like each other. That's true. But she was 8 months pregnant, and seeing her on her belly on the ground did not make me happy. But they take me out to the squad car, and I have no idea what's going on. I'm literally sitting out. You guys have a warrant? Am I being detained? Am I arrested? I mean, the whole thing. I have no idea why I'm being taken out to the squad car, or why even any of this is happening, right? I mean, but based on what the detectives told me that it showed up there a few days earlier, I guess. Based on what they told me, I thought it was over drugs. I mean, I thought maybe they were there for drugs or something. I didn't know, but I just know that, man, they came in. They're coming in like that. They've got a reason. If they're coming in like that. And so I'm way confused at this point. I have no idea what's going on. And I'm sitting in the back of the squad car, and they left me out there for a while. And I have no idea. And eventually, somebody got in the driver's seat. I don't remember who it was, but somebody gets in the driver's seat, and I'm literally I'm asking them a bunch of questions. I'm like, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And so, eventually they tell me they want to take me down to the station, and I'm like, well, look, I don't have a shirt on. I don't have shoes on. I don't even know what this is over. I'm like, am I being arrested? Any of that stuff, right? And no, it ends up actually is Detective Pitcher. He goes and he gets me a shirt. It's like a camouflage shirt, but he gets it from David Gross's room, right? And he brings it down, so I at least have a shirt on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they take me down to the station, right? And when they take me down the station, I'm trying, this again, this is it was pretty traumatic. I'm not gonna say it's not. It's pretty traumatic when that kind of stuff happens. But anyway, not that I've been through it, I've been through it a bunch of times, but I mean, I just like I said, I'm lucky I didn't get shot going down the stairs. Anyway, so at bottom
This is why you don't talk. Listen to all this nonsense.
line is they take me into the station. And when they take me in the station, let's see, I don't remember who it was that brought me in. I know they bring me in and they put me in an interrogation room, right? And when they first start talking to me, I'm like, again, I'm wondering why I'm here.
I'm objecting to his testifying to his statements made back then.
I just said I was wondering why. I'm telling you my thought,
I understand, but in terms of the statements that you made at that time, I would sustain the objection.
Are you talking about what I would tell the police?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, I'll leave that out then. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I'll leave that part of the story out. Anyway, so I go into the interrogation room, and at first, they're questioning me, and I'm thinking at the time, I'm like thinking, okay, remember I said I thought it was over drugs, right? So, and they're asking me these questions, and first that's what I thought they were, again, they're asking me because they want to know information, right? So, but then it comes around to the murder somewhere's in there, right? And they start asking me questions about it. And again, I'm thinking, okay, they asked me what I knew about it, that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, I don't want to testify to what they asked me, but but at the time I remember thinking, they just wanted information from me, right? They just want to know what I know, what I've heard, that kind of thing.
What he
Somewhere
knows, I'm
along the
assuming,
lines
is
in
very
there.
little ultimately.
And, it became
in real
very
life.
clear they thought I had something to do with this, right? And I remember. Oh, wait a second, because I'm forgetting about a part here. They take me out of the interrogation room at some point, and they take me down. They put me in a squad car, right? And I'm still in handcuffs, right? So I'm still in handcuffs, but they put me in the squad car, and they leave me down in the squad car for I don't know how long. It had to be like an hour. I have no idea, but I was in the squad car, and then they bring me back up, and they ask me a bunch more questions, right? And like I said, now it's I'm getting this feeling. I'm like, okay, wait a second. They're not asking me because they think because they just want information. They think I had something to do with this thing, right? And at the time I remember that they went to that direction, and again, I'm very adamant. I get very adamant once I realize this. I'm like, oh no, but yeah. So I don't know if I can testify to what I said, but I remember saying to them, I was like,
Objection to what he said.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, and I won't say what I said then, but I will say this: I was very adamant about not having anything to do with it. So eventually, it gets down to the point where I've been interrogated all night over this thing, and it got to a point. I mean, I was like, look, I'm like, are you going to arrest me? Are you actually going to arrest me, or am I free to go? Can I get, look, I'm tired of being here. I'm tired of saying the same, and giving these answers. Can I go home, or are you going to arrest me for this thing? And they let me go, right? And not only did they let me go, the thing bad part about that is they made me walk home. And I remember the directive was to check out the cameras, how many cameras there were, right? And and they did give me, I'll give them this, they gave me slides, because remember I told you I didn't have any shoes. They gave me slides, right? Was it the stuff they use in jail, the slides, right? Kind of like flip flops. Anyway, so they give me those and send me on my way. So now I got to walk all the way home, which, okay, it's a little distance, And so I walked there, and I probably got there, I don't know, I probably got there like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. It was early in the morning, and I've been there all night, right? And when I get there, the door is locked, and as we've said, I didn't have a key, right? So, but my stuff is still in there. Now I'm freaked out. I gotta tell you, I'm freaked out, because okay, when they, again, that I've never had that happen, right? So I'm freaked out about the thing. And when I get there, the door's locked, and I remember I had to throw rocks up at the windows to finally get Travis to come down and open the door, right? So he comes down, he opens up the door, and I tell him what happened. I was like, I just tell him what happened to me. I was like, I can't believe it, I can't believe they took me down there, blah blah blah, this that, right? So anyway, but I don't want to stay there. I don't want to stay there. I'm like, okay, this is way more than this is way more than I want, right? So I get my stuff together, and I literally grab all my stuff, and I tell CJ Michelle. I called up CJ Michelle, and I was like, look, look, it's all good, you guys, man, but I can't stay here. You know what I'm saying? I can't stay here anymore. And I remember them asking me if I would at least grab, like, they had family photos and pictures of kids and stuff like that. And they asked me if I would grab that and take it down to Burger King and drop it off there, right? I was like, yes, I can at least do that for you, So I grabbed a bunch of the pictures, man, from their room, and I tried to grab, anything that could be of value or sentimental value to them, right? Because now I'm leaving and I'm not staying there. And so yeah, I grab all that, I put it into a bag for them, and I grab my stuff, and I head on out, and I go ahead. And this is, I don't know, it's I don't remember what time of day it is. I know it's morning, like I said, I got there probably like 5, 6 o'clock, so I don't remember how long it took them to open the door or anything like that. But I did grab, some stuff, dropped it off at Burger King. And I do remember I called 2 people that day. I called my friend Cliff, and I called one of my brothers, Jeff. He's not blood related brother, but he is my brother in every sense.
My brother,
because I'm freaked out, right? Because I knew when they let me go, I knew that, okay, they let me go, but I got the distinct impression that, man, no, they thought I had something to do with this, and they were, this was not going to be the last time that, they talked to me about this. And I was scared. I'm gonna tell you, I was
brilliant thinking.
I didn't know what was going on, and I was like, and no, I can't explain to anybody, the feeling, but I was scared. So that's why I called them up, because I was like, look, man, everything. Everything.
What he was telling these people.
Oh, I'm talking about my head.
All right.
But anyway, in my mind at that point, yeah, everything was telling me, man, it's like, you need to get out of here, right? These people, man, they think you had something to do with this. And but then the other side of me is going, if I take off, they're going to think I did it, So I have this little war going on in my head. And anyway, so I went.
It sounds like he just. I think he made the argument of present sense impression. But it's a little weird when you're doing your own comments you're responding to. But I get it. It could be present sense impression effect on the hearers. Any number of things. The judge is letting him go though, so that's interesting.
From Burger King, and I started walking down towards Key West, right? Because there's that little bridge and park and stuff there. And I remember as I came across the bridge, there was a couple guys there, and they're drinking off of a liter of Skull or whatever. It's the rock gut vodka. And at that point, I was like, yeah, I need one. I was like, you might, So I sat there with them, took a couple hits off that, and I eventually end up down at McDonald's, right? And when I get down to McDonald's, and then I'm still sketched out. I'm sketched out about the whole thing. And I don't know what to do, to be honest. I just don't know what to do. It's like, man, it's like I've never found myself in this position before. I don't know what to do. So anyway, I get on, because I went to McDonald's because they have free Wi-Fi there, right? So I could get on my laptop, because I always had a laptop in my backpack, right? So I get on my laptop, and I'm not even sure what I'm doing, to be honest. I really wasn't sure on what I was doing.
The McDonald's.
I didn't know. So anyway, but that's when Paula shows up, and Paula and I, we weren't friends, right? But we knew each other. It's like, it's one of those things, small island, and we know who lives in the neighborhood. We know who lives on the island. It's like you run into each other. Hey, how you doing? How's it going?
Yeah, all the homeless people and drug addicts know each other.
So anyway, so I run into Paula, and I remember, because I was feeling so bad and so sorry for myself for, man, being interrogated, for overnight, being interrogated for this thing all night, and I'm scared, and I'm feeling sorry for myself, I guess, right? And I remember seeing Paula, and she had a bandage on her neck from the night, right? And I remember seeing her, and I was just like, and all of a sudden I felt like I'm not trying to curse, I guess, but I felt really bad, right? Because I was like, here I am feeling sorry for myself, and then I see her, right? And she's bruised up, and she has the thing on her neck, and it's like, and when and I told her what happened to me. I told her that they took me down to the station. I told her what happened, and the thing is Paula, Paula, yes, she did cry, and yes, she did, cry on my shoulder, and and I told you I felt horrible because it was just like it's like, again, here I am feeling bad because they grilled me all night, and then I saw and heard from her experience, right? And no, I just felt bad about it. It's like, okay, here I am again. I guess it's somebody always has something worse than there's always.
Objection to the self-serving statements, Judge.
Well, I'll overrule the objection. You
Thank
can
you, Your Honor.
continue.
Anyway, so it was definitely, again, while I was still not certain about what was going to happen here, but it definitely put me in a
Eat it,
different mindset,
prosecutor.
sure, right? And but anyway, so after I saw her, I remember I went back to COTS because now I'm going to COTS, and I'm not going back to the warehouse. I don't want nothing to do with it, right? So I go back to COTS, and they had again another little Thanksgiving dinner thing there, and I had some of that, whatever. And then I went into where the bunk is, and this is when I get arrested, right? And when I got arrested, because Detective Pitcher was the one of the ones who talked to me when they were doing their interviews, and I remember him leading the charge. But there was a good amount of officers, and they were coming in from both sides. And I remember looking up at him, and I was like, I guess we're not talking now, are we? And he's like, no. And so anyway, so they arrest me, and they take me over to the jail, right? And I'm out, and the whole time I'm kind of flipping, and I'm like, literally, like, I'm like telling them I didn't have anything to do with this, and and so I'm telling him this stuff, and somewhere along the lines, I get told that it's about witness tampering, right? And I'm like, and I thought it was over Paula. I thought it was because I talked to her at McDonald's. And I was like, nobody told me I couldn't talk to her, right? But that's not what it ends up being about, and I won't testify as to what it was because I think that Mr. Mansfield probably object to it, but at the same time, so so I'm thinking, again, and my head is spinning again, and okay, so now I'm in jail.
So don't
And
talk
they
your
take me-
objections out like
they
that.
literally
That's not a good look,
Okay,
man.
Jail has the elevator goes up. They take me in. I remember getting booked, kind of booked in, whatever the hell, whatever that is, where they check in, whatever, right? But they do that, and this is, I'm not going to say I haven't been to jail before. I've been to Key West jail one other time.
Why would you mention no?
Right, boat charges. It was nothing.
No, you never tell them you've been to jail. Why? Don't tell them you've been to jail. Don't tell them you're a bad guy. Never. There's no reason to tell them. It does not help you. This is also not one of those times where the prosecutor is going to be able to introduce it because it doesn't sound like it's one of those issues involving dishonesty. So why would you do this, bro? Come on.
I mean, I can't say it was nothing, but it was misdemeanors. But anyway, so thing is they take me right to the back, right, and they put down all these brown paper bags, and there's a bunch of guards around me, and they literally make me drop all my clothes right down the bag, and they put me in the black and white stripes, and then they put me in chains head to toe. I mean, chains, chains, and they take me right to solitary. Right now, again, I've been to jail before, right? Never for anything close to this. And the thing is, and I've never had an experience like it, ever. But they take me there, they put me in solitary, and my mind is spinning. I can't even explain to you guys what it's like. It's like I just didn't know. I was a normal guy a second ago, and now I'm sitting in a jail cell, and I'm being put in chains, and man, everybody's people are telling me I'm a murderer, and so I'm in there, and I'm in the solitary, and solitary is weird. It's 23 hours.
To the relevance of solitary.
Well, I'm just telling the story. I mean, look, you can tell me where to stop if you want.
Well, sustain that objection.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I'm not exactly sure what is relevant of anything. I'm just telling the story.
I understand, Mr. Tucker, but
Anyway, so yeah, I go to jail, and over the course of time, I mean, it's I guess it's not really relevant as far as I meet my wife. I shouldn't say meet my wife. I've known her since we were kids, but she was the first person to contact me. She was the first person to contact me when I got there, and I think it was like day 7, and I was surprised. I was really surprised because we hadn't seen each other in 33 years, and I can't even tell you. But anyway, the thing is so yeah, she comes, and by this point, I still didn't have a lawyer. I was still in solitary. I still don't know why I'm there. I have no idea why I'm there really. I mean, I know what they're saying. I don't know.
Objection, Judge, to this.
I just
okay.
We're rambling here.
Well, I don't rambling, but I'm not sure how much. What
Yes.
is not relevant. So,
would you like me to?
well, if we'd like
Get to the
direction,
point.
we can excuse the jurors, or
Yeah, I'll take direction.
Let's get to the point, bro.
Well,
I just don't know what.
I understand.
Where
That.
you want me to
I'm
go?
just suggesting that it would be prudent, in my view, for just a moment or two to excuse the jurors, and we'll get back to you shortly.
Eardrums, thanks.
Okay, have a seat. So
My-
I just wanted to excuse the jurors. I'm not finding fault. Mr. Tucker has, certainly comported himself well on the witness stand. It's just when you start to get into
He's doing okay.
circumstances of incarceration, of reuniting with ultimately his wife and the like, you objected. That's objectionable.
Yes, Judge, it is objectionable. He's courting sympathy from the jury,
Well-
trying to tell them how horrible solitary is. I mean, it's not relevant information.
I understand. I agree with you. I'm not sure if he's intentionally trying to do that. I didn't get that impression. I got the impression he was telling his story. That's. And I
What are you so
see that
afraid of,
real
Mr.
motive.
Prosecutor?
I understand the potential effect that it could have. That's why I sustained your objection, and it's why I excuse the jurors to try to give some direction so we don't have to keep going back and forth.
Very well.
So,
I mean,
Your
I
Honor.
understand he's being allowed to testify in the narrative, but, getting into how devastating this was for him and all the thought process, I mean, what's the purpose of that other than a court?
Your Honor, I mean,
go
if I
ahead.
may.
Go ahead.
Look, you got to understand, this was an extremely emotional
Yeah.
experience. And it's like, when I'm trying to remember this, it is hard for me. This was not something pleasant. It wasn't something cool,
Of course not.
and it's hard for me to bring it up and not bring, not have emotions about it.
I
I'm sorry.
understand that. I mean, I
Sorry.
think for the vast majority of human beings,
Yeah,
it would
it's gonna be rough.
Extremely traumatic, devastating, life-altering, whatever strong words you
Trauma.
want to use to experience that. And I get it.
Dramamine.
I think I've given quite a bit of leeway in terms of you, quote unquote, telling your story. But at this particular point, I'm not sure how much else is relevant.
Yeah,
Let's-
I would ask the same thing. I bet, what else would you like me to go into? I mean, how far back do you want me to go? I mean, I did miss the one in there. There is the one where I go to Metro PCS. I haven't talked about that because that is one of the things that got me arrested.
Want to go talk to him about going to
So,
cell phone
I-
store? Jeez.
I don't know what you want to know.
I can't tell you what I would like you to go into or
No,
wouldn't
no.
like you to go into. The only thing I can say is that I feel I've granted quite a bit of leeway, but in terms of the building up to the event, if you will, the aftermath, your experience with law enforcement,
Yeah.
your experience being arrested, but how much, I don't think there's much room for any more of that unless there's
There's a couple
something that you're going to say was seized from you, or you're going to try to explain away some statement that you made.
No, Your Honor, but there are a couple of important things that I actually forgot to tell the jury at this point. Not anything. I don't think it's going to take very long. There's just a couple of things as I'm going through this. I mean, I forgot to tell them about Metro PCS because to me it really didn't mean anything at the time,
Okay.
but it does later.
Okay.
So.
Well, that's factual in nature, but, and I'm not saying
But I mean, I'm,
solitary isn't factual, but that's really not relevant to the proof for the defense. That's just the, what should we say, the fallout of being arrested. It doesn't go to the elements of the crime or a defense.
no,
frankly.
it doesn't, Your Honor. It's just thinking about it. It was like, okay, I didn't know where to end there, and I
I
can end that.
understand.
I can end that right.
Yeah,
I
now.
but
understand
that's
that.
in
And
his
you did
defense, though.
kinda
That's
indicate
not.
amenability to seeking some sort of direction, and that's why I excuse the jurors to try to
Ah.
do so. So I think we've
I think we've gone
given
I
as
mean,
much of
far.
that as
Yeah.
we can in terms of direction.
That's
and
pretty
so,
fair.
I'd say there's a couple more pieces, and that's
Okay.
it. Just
All
to
right.
make sure that again, they get the full picture here.
I understand that. But, so
That was actually
let's,
pretty good.
Bring him in, please.
That was very impressive by him arguing all that. I will give him credit. 10 out of 10 would let him defend himself again. I mean, he's trying real hard. Even John Coffey would be proud.
All jurors present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. The defendant remains on the witness stand and is going to continue his direct testimony. So you can proceed.
Okay, and I was just look, I think we agreed that stopping where story where that part is probably a good idea. But there were a couple things I forgot in there that happened along the way. I go at one point, and this is before I get arrested. I go to Metro PCS, and I'm going to pay my phone bill. Right, that's all I'm going. I'm going over there, and I'm going to go over to Burger King and get something to eat. And I remember Roy Wilson. He's outside of he's outside the warehouse. And I just happened to be going out, and he asked if he could walk with me. Right, I'm like, okay. Then at this point I don't know anything, so it's like I'm like, okay. So we walk over there, and this becomes something later. But I didn't think of anything of it at the time. But we go over there, and I pay my phone bill, and but this is before the raid. And that it becomes something later. But the thing is that I just figured that had to be in there just because, again, it does become part of the story. So does, the whole Fantasy Fest thing that becomes part of the story too.
Fantasy Fest.
I guess I can't testify to what those pieces are. I guess I'll save that for my close. But I felt it necessary to tell you about that trip. And then I just want to make sure that we got everything here. Because I don't think there's anything else I can remember from the time period that's actually relevant to the situation.
Which have you cracked out your mind that you can't remember?
I can tell you this because somebody else asked me this not too long ago, and they asked me if I'd ever been to the treehouse before, right? And yes, I've been to the treehouse 3 times in my life, right? I was there once because when I first got back to Key West, right? I got back and I was coming from Arizona, right? And I get back to Key West, and yeah, rents here are high. Everybody knows that, right?
Rent's too damn
high. I saw
high.
an ad in the paper, I want to say. I'm pretty sure that's how it happened. But it was Matt. It's the only time I've ever met the victim, right? It's the only time. And he was renting out the flats on the treehouse, right, for $350 a month, if I remember correctly. And and the thing is I go there to check it out because, like I said, I'm pretty sure it was an ad in the paper or something like that, right? But I go there and because I'm looking for a place to stay. I just got back, right? So I'm looking for a place to stay. And when I got there, I was like, okay, it's these flats on the treehouse, and it's built up. It's like a deck on a deck on a deck, I guess. And I'm looking at that, and then for the bathroom facilities, it was like a trailer in the back, and it was like a caved-in roof, if I remember correctly, and there's a toilet in there, nothing else, right? And I'm like, for $350 a month, I ain't doing it, right? I'm just not doing it, right? But not that's not to say that Matt was actually a nice guy. It's the only time I've ever met him, and he was a nice guy. He was, that's about all. Like I said, I didn't get to know him or anything like that, but he showed me around, showed me what he had. I just said no. That's all it was. And the other 2 times I was there. Was it Todd O'Quinn? I knew Todd O'Quinn. And Todd O'Quinn, we went to the bar a couple times. I went down to the Hogfish, and I had a little bit too much to drink or whatever. And, I couldn't get all the way back to, either Cots or, I stayed at a couple different places. But yeah. And I couldn't make it all the way back. Because again, remember, this is after the storm. I'm still trying to rebuild, And so anyway, I remember staying there two nights. Like there's 2 different times, but different times, not 2 nights in a row, but 2 different time periods. And just because I couldn't make it back. And I remember one night, I don't know if Paula remembers, but I remember one night she woke me up yelling at me. But yeah, and it's like, but the thing is so yeah, those are the only 3 times that I've been to the treehouse. And let's see. And then what was the other one? There was something else somebody asked me not too long ago. And I think it's kind of relevant. I'm trying to remember. It's like, because yeah, that takes care of that. But I'm trying to remember here. Oh, no, somebody asked me if I knew Matt. And like I said, I've already answered that question. There was, I met him once, As far as anything else, I'm trying to think of anything else that you guys need to know. I don't know. I guess Mr. Mansfield can remind me now. I guess I'll go ahead and turn it over to Cross.
Okay, thank you. Is there any cross-examination?
Yes, Judge. So, Mr. Tucker, your story in front of this jury today is you were drunk that day.
Yep.
Plastered.
Yep.
You're drinking eyeballs, red balls, what you call them?
Fireball.
Fireballs. What's a fireball?
I'm surprised you don't know, but okay.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
No, you're wrong. I was getting ready. I'm answering your question. Fireball is it's a whiskey, cinnamon whiskey. It's very popular. That's why I said I'm surprised.
And that's what you drank. That's what you were drinking the day that this all happened.
Yes, sir.
Got so drunk you went back to the warehouse, went upstairs, fell asleep,
Knocked out.
knocked out.
Yep.
Now you were at the warehouse. You said you had been there on and off, right?
Well, not necessarily on and off. I mean, I actually staying there I think there was only 2 times, there was during the hurricane, and then there was the time period, for CJ and Michelle. Other than that, I knew a couple people who lived there, and yes, man, I'd stop by there every once in a while.
So you were basically house sitting for CJ and Michelle.
Yes, sir.
But this is not a apartment building, right? This is like a flop house. People are renting rooms or hanging out in rooms.
I wouldn't call it that. And the thing is, because that's a fairly derogatory term. And
Okay, the question is very simple. It's not a rentable apartment building where you rent rooms.
Okay, to put it this way, was the landlord doing something illegal? Sure. Did everybody else know that
It's
they
not the
weren't supposed to
question,
be there?
Mr. Tucker.
Well, I don't know what you're asking.
The question is very specific.
Okay, be
Okay,
specific.
it's not a place where you rent apartments. Is that correct?
Yes or
it is
no?
because they had apartments there for rent.
Okay,
Okay.
that's not
They're
normally
actual
would it be.
legitimate apartments for rent in this
They're
warehouse.
literally-
Normally.
and that's why I was answering your question the way I did.
Normally.
Legitimate. No, the landlord was not. He was, he's subletting this thing, and he built apartments in it.
So you were house sitting for your friends, right?
Yes,
And that's the only reason you were even staying at the place at that point in time.
yes.
But you didn't have another place to live, right? You were going. You said
No, I mean, the
house.
thing is, I was actually saving up for a boat. I actually had money in my pocket.
Okay, I didn't ask you about money in your pocket. You
Give
were
money
actually
for
staying at a
boat.
homeless
I'm
shelter
on a
known as
boat.
Cops. Is
Yes, I
that correct?
was. Yes, I was.
All right.
I'm on a
So you didn't
boat,
have a permanent
man.
home,
No.
and you did your share of partying during this time,
Yes.
right? You said it was Fantasy Fest, and this is
Yep.
what you do at Fantasy Fest.
Yep.
The time went on for a couple of weeks. You said, right?
Oh yeah, around Fantasy Fest time. Yeah, of course.
It goes on for a while, right?
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Again, yeah, probably every Fantasy Fest I've ever been to.
Yes.
Showing has been previously marked as whiskey for identification. You recognize that?
Sure do.
And what is that?
That would be me.
Is that how you looked back in November?
It sure is.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. I'm just wondering what the relevance of what I looked like back then.
I mean, if there's an objection.
No, it's okay. We can go ahead and put it in.
All right, so minutes, dates next in order.
Why did he back down off that objection? He might have won it.
So this is how you looked back in 2017, right?
Hmm?
Pretty full goatee.
Oh yeah, big full goatee.
Big full goatee, right? Kind of thing would be hard to cover if you were putting a mask on that stopped at the chin, right?
I wouldn't say that. I actually wouldn't say that
Wouldn't
because
agree with
I
that?
mean, again, that would be speculation. So I'll object.
Okay, so you don't agree that it would be hard to cover if you just had a simple face mask?
I'm not going to agree to that at all. Because man, again, I'm not saying
Certainly
it
easier-
would. I'm not saying it wouldn't.
Certainly easier to cover with a neck gaiter, right? You pull the neck gaiter up, it covers the mouth, the chin, everything.
The thing is here's the thing: is that whole neck gaiter
It's
thing. I
not-
didn't know what one was until after I heard your client say it. Well,
Didn't
I
know what
shouldn't
a
say
neck
not your
gaiter was.
client, but whatever.
Didn't know what a neck gaiter was.
No, I didn't actually. To be honest.
All right, so now you're living at this warehouse. You know Rory Wilson, don't you?
Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
this is all
You guys are
gamesmanship.
hanging out now and then, right?
Yeah, probably. I
Partying
like I said,
together?
I don't know. Like again, I didn't go over there all the time because April and I did not get along. So I'm not trying to hang out with her too much.
April didn't like you.
No, she did not.
You didn't like her.
No, I did not actually. Now, did
Do
we
you like
did we hang
anyone?
out sometimes? Sure. And I remember there's times we did party. That was like I remember one time we went downtown. Rory Wilson, because again, here's the thing: is I remember this during the hurricane. They had was it the hogfish? They were
Mr. Tucker, I'm going to cut you off, sir. There's no question pending. Did you hang out socially or not with April Walker and Rory Wilson?
No, April Walker, I tried not to. And I'm not saying she didn't come looking for Rory a couple times, but yeah, I tried not to. But Rory Wilson, yes, I did hang out with him on a few occasions.
And you heard that
Excuse
out.
me one thing. Is that exhibit being published or are you going to take it back to the?
Oh, I've already published it, Judge. I
Okay,
already-
so we're going to either put it on the podium or let's bring it to the
Okay.
clerk. Thank you.
Well,
Okay, so, Mr. Tucker, so you heard the testimony, right? You heard that there was an allegation that you threatened April Walker.
Oh, I've heard that testimony, but that testimony wasn't true.
So you didn't threaten
Oh no.
Wilson's nine months
no.
pregnant girlfriend.
Oh no.
You
No,
actually
no, no.
felt bad for her because she was put on the ground during the
Yes,
raid.
I did. And man, look, even if I don't like somebody, again, seeing them on the ground in that position when she's 8 months pregnant, yes, that's not cool. That's bottom line. I didn't like her, but that doesn't mean you put her on the ground in that position.
Now, you testified that you went up to CVS with Rory Wilson that night.
No, I did not.
When did you and Rory Wilson go to CVS for you?
To tell you the honest truth, that was put to me by investigators. They said that, but again, I told you I was drunk that day, and I'm sitting there and I tried to remember it, and man, I'm sitting there going, I don't remember doing that.
But you just testified to this jury that you went to CVS to get
Oh,
cigarettes.
I went to Tom Thumb
Tom
to get
Thumb, okay.
cigarettes, and it wasn't
Tom
with
Thumb.
Rory Wilson. It was with Travis.
With Travis.
Right.
You and Travis went. Let's
So let's
talk
get
about
the story
Travis.
straight.
You and Travis were acquaintances, right?
Yes, we were acquaintances.
Okay. Travis was staying at the warehouse as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, you and Travis were both staying upstairs in the warehouse, right?
Yeah, when I was staying in CJ and Michelle's room, yes.
Travis was in another room upstairs.
Yes, he was upstairs. But I got to remember, he also went to jail. So, I mean, he wasn't there for a second. So,
Right? But he came back about a week later, right?
To be honest, I don't remember how long it was. I know I was at work when he went to jail.
Let me ask you, Mr. Tucker, was Travis there the day of the raid?
That's the thing is he wasn't there in the beginning,
Mhm.
right? Because man, he wasn't there.
Was he there when they took you down and put you in the police car?
No, he wasn't there for that.
Was he there when they took
He
you
wasn't
off
there for that part of it. At least not that I know of, right?
Was he there when they
wasn't
took you off to jail?
Was he there when no? So when I went to jail, I was at COTS. And when I went to jail, I wasn't. They didn't grab me from the warehouse. They grabbed me from COTS.
The night of the raid, they didn't take you down and then let you go?
They did take me down and let me go, but that wasn't taking me to jail. That was taking me down and interrogating me all night.
Okay, so the night they took you down to interrogate you, was Travis there when you guys left the warehouse to go down and be
Hold on,
interrogated?
hold on. Let me make sure I'm hearing this correctly. Please repeat the question.
The night of the raid,
Right, gotcha.
when they took you down, not to jail, but to question you.
Right, gotcha.
Was Travis at the warehouse when you guys left to go to the police station?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know.
And how did you get to the police station that night?
I got there
you?
in a squad car in handcuffs.
Okay. Now, let's see. You said that while you were after you got arrested, you were in jail and you got reacquainted with an old high school friend of yours.
I thought that wasn't relevant.
You just testified to it, sir.
Okay, well, in that case, yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you just answer the questions if you could.
Yeah,
If there's a relevant objection, you can make it,
Thank you.
but you don't need to question me.
Okay.
You said you were in jail.
Yes.
And
He's
you got
getting
reacquainted with this high
mad.
school wife or a girlfriend of yours who became your wife.
Well,
God, he's
actually,
getting pissed.
again, she wasn't my high school girlfriend. She wasn't, she was a friend that I knew from when I was 14 years old. And yes, I hadn't seen her in 33 years.
And you guys ended up getting married, right?
Yes, we did.
And she is actually very wealthy, isn't she?
Multi-millionaires.
I beg your pardon?
Multi-millionaires.
And you guys are you married today to her?
Yes, I am.
Going beyond, I'm sorry, but I cut him off of your objection, and
Okay, Judge, well, he just testified about his wife.
he mentioned it, and you touched upon within the scope, but I believe
Okay.
this is beyond the scope.
I have no
and
problem
Yeah,
saying
like-
that.
I understand, but I do.
All right, so now you're not in jail the entire time waiting for your trial, right?
No, that's not true. I was in jail for 2 years.
No,
And then
why would you
actually
say
got out
this?
in your trial.
$2 million bond.
No, eject. Why? Stop.
Let's talk about Paula, your relationship with
Why?
Paula Belmont.
Okay.
You just testified that you weren't great friends.
It's like Nancy Kerrigan. Why? Why? It's like, I would object to all that being in jail stuff. Like, the judge should have stepped in there like, bro, judge should have been like, are you trying to get it fucking overturned? Like, come on, man. Like, that was... I'm just like, I'm a judge. I'd be like, step up, your prosecutor. I'd be like, are you trying to get this overturned, dude? Come on. Oh, why would you do that? God Almighty!
In the beginning, you just kind of knew of each other, right?
That is true.
She testified you'd never been to the treehouse, but that's not accurate, right? Because you testified you'd actually been there 3 times.
I don't remember her ever testifying to that, but she may not have remembered it. It was one time. That's it.
I thought you said 3 times. You've been
No,
there.
I've been there 3 times, but Paula, and she woke me up one time yelling at me.
Okay.
Because man, I wasn't supposed to be there. Apparently, I don't know. But man, the thing is, she woke me up and she was yelling at me. I don't even know if she remembers it.
And now, describe your relationship with Paula today.
Paula's one of my best friends.
One of your best friends.
Yes.
All right. I'll show you what's been previously marked for identification. There's a deposit, 2 photos, Sierra, 1 and 2. Do you recognize these photos?
I sure do.
What did they depict?
They depict me and Paula at the hospital when I'm trying to make her feel better and making funny faces at the camera.
When were these shots taken?
Very recently.
Judge, at this time, I see you move in states exhibit S for identification.
Any objection?
Nope.
All right, admit S,
19 A and B.
all right.
Change the date.
So you said these were taken recently, like in the last 2 weeks?
Actually, you want to know exactly which day? I think I can remember.
Sure, go ahead.
It was the day that I actually went over there to check on her because She said, she said that, she was, her doctor said that it had taken worse. It was the day before I came in here and asked for the motion.
And that you laid in bed with her, didn't she have some kind of an infectious disease or something?
Hence the bodysuit.
But you had no mask on, that's for sure.
That's true.
Tongue's hanging out?
Took a chance. I was trying to make her feel better.
And you said you become good friends with her, right?
Like I said, she's one of my best friends.
Well, what's changed? Now you said you were not always friends and now you're best friends with her. What changed?
Well, I don't know if you know the story about how that happened, but I'll go ahead and tell it to you if you want me to.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Paula was a victim in the crime, right? And now I am an accused murderer at that point, right? And here it is when this all happened, that makes it so that I can't talk to Paula. Right?
Fuck, don't
I'm not
say
allowed to
that.
communicate with her. That makes sense, right?
God,
the protective
bro.
order that immediately went in and I couldn't talk to her. Paula, she gets diagnosed with
Step
COPD,
bro, what are you doing?
right? And Paula, she actually files a motion with the court, right? Because she wants to, and she goes on the press and she starts saying this on the press, right? She wants to apologize to me for her role in, anything that they've done to me. That's what she says.
So she's
And the judge
apologizing to you.
She wants to. She can't talk to me, right? So she wants to.
Now you're aware in the beginning she couldn't ID the second person, right?
Look, I'm aware in the beginning.
Very simple question. You are aware, yes or no, that in the beginning when she was first supposed
In the
to,
beginning.
she could not. Mr. Tucker,
You're
listen to
asking me
the
to
question,
remember 6
okay?
years ago. And
It's
then
a very
what-
simple
and what I
question.
thought then.
Are you aware?
Gentlemen, let him finish the question and you can answer.
Yeah, let me answer it.
He hasn't finished the question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Ask away.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Are you aware that 6 years ago when she was first interviewed by the police, she could not ID the second person? Are you aware of that? Yes or no?
I'm going to tell you, I'm aware that she could not positively ID the second person, man, when this first happened. No.
And she was able to identify Roy Wilson, but not the second person, correct?
Yes, she did not positively ID the second person.
Well, she said she didn't get a good look at the second person, right?
That's not true.
She said that she was focused on Roy Wilson at the time and
I
that
object, Your
the
Honor.
second person
I object, Your Honor.
she
She's
couldn't get a
asking me
look
to go
at.
what I know from video and what I know from police reports now.
To
That's
sustain the objection, there are varying statements that she's made.
Yep.
So at one point she said it, but presumably you're aware of other statements.
right.
Okay.
Because again, I watched all these videos and I read.
So
all
let's
this
go back to
stuff.
that first night
Yeah,
when she's interviewed. She
please.
says she can't ID the second person, right? Didn't get a good
Excuse
look
me,
at
which,
him.
hold on, excuse me, which night are we talking
The
about?
night of the crime when she's
Okay.
being interviewed.
Again, you're asking me to go to video, you're asking me to go to police reports, and that is hearsay. So
Are
I'll
you
object.
aware that she was
Object.
unable to identify the second person?
Excuse me?
Are you aware she was unable to identify the second person
At which time period?
the night of the crime?
Again, you're asking me to go to police reports, you're asking me to commit hearsay.
Simple question, sir.
So objection.
Okay. I'm going to overrule that objection.
Okay.
It's just your awareness
Okay.
of one
My
point in
awareness-
time and one statement.
My awareness at the time, right? And if I can, I'm going to have to remember this because the Lord knows I've gone over this a million times. So I'm going to have to think about my memory here. At the time, as far as even any statements by Paula, hold on a second. Because, okay, I was in jail when this first happened.
I'm asking you,
Right, no,
as you sit here,
sir,
Mr.
you're asking
Tucker,
me to
I'm
remember.
asking you as you sit here today, not where your mind was back then, as you sit here today.
Okay, as I sit here today,
Okay, are you aware that she could not ID the second person
And
on the
you're
night
asking-
it happened?
okay, and you're asking me to commit hearsay.
I don't believe that's the case. So you
Oh, okay.
can answer it. And
Okay.
remember, you'll have the opportunity
Okay.
for
As I sit here
Just
today.
let me finish. You'll have the opportunity for redirect.
Okay, thank
So if
That's
you,
funny.
After this is finished, want to elaborate on certain things you may, but in terms of succinct answer to this question, you do need to give.
I'll give you a succinct answer to this question. Okay, it depends on the
Geez,
time period as
nuts.
far as Paula, as
That's my
today.
answer.
I could definitely tell you that different time periods, she said different things. I can say that.
And you're aware that the very night it happened, she did not identify the second person.
The very night it happened, again, and the only reason I would even remember this right now is because we've been going over it recently.
Correct.
And I'm going over it, and she had varying statements at that point.
Well, you're certainly aware that at the perpetuated testimony,
Yes.
she was able to say it wasn't you as the second person, right?
I'm also aware that she was, again, coerced into making statements by police. So, okay,
Didn't ask you about that, sir. A very simple question.
well, if
You
you're
were
going
aware,
to lead me. if
you
you're
were
gonna lead me-
aware that during her perpetuated testimony that you sat and watched,
Yes,
you observed her adamantly
Yes.
stating it was
Yes.
Tucker's not the second guy, right?
yep, I sure did.
That was 4 years after the crime was committed.
That was 4
about
years.
3 years.
That was 4 years after the crime was committed.
Well, September of 20 would be
Yeah.
about 3 years, right?
Okay, somewhere in there. But here's the thing.
And there's no question pending, sir. I'm asking the questions you're
Okay.
answering.
Go ahead.
Okay? That's how this works.
Okay, go for it. Ask me another question. I'll take any ones you got.
Great. Good to hear it.
That's why I put myself up here.
Now, she testified that she had talked to your wife through Facebook. Did you also communicate with her through Facebook?
No, I was not allowed.
So you never had any communications with her?
No, not on Facebook at that time.
Have you had any? You saw her at McDonald's after the crime, right?
Yes, but I was not under arrest at that point. I was not under a protective order at that point.
Okay, but when you saw her at McDonald's, you guys had a conversation there, right?
Yes, we did.
And did you tell her anything about the crime when you saw her at McDonald's?
I told her what had happened to me about the police interrogating me, and she did ask me some questions. I remember that. I remember answering, different questions as she asked. I remember she told me her experience. She told me how horrible it was. I remember, like I said, sitting there feeling like, you talk about feeling, God, not sorry for somebody. That's the wrong way to say it.
So you
but
communicated
whatever.
with, is it fair to say you communicated with her at McDonald's?
Yes.
Now, is your testimony today that you've not communicated with her directly at all from that moment until today?
No. When did I
Okay.
say that?
So tell us about those communications. You said you weren't allowed to
Okay.
talk to her, right?
Yes, sir. And I
Okay.
also said
And when did that end?
I also said she filed a motion with the court to be able to talk to me, and that yes, she was going on the press saying these things, that she wanted to apologize to me. Judge Jones granted that motion, and
you
she
had
was allowed to talk to me.
And then
that's and now we
you've
are.
had general communications with her ever
He
since.
was still
Sorry,
testifying.
I'm just telling
No,
you.
I'm not talking to you. I'm saying, if you weren't complete with your answer, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just look. There comes a
Well,
point.
the
where-
judge-
Judge,
Just letting
again, there's
him-
no question
No,
pending.
well, he was still answering the
Yeah.
last question. Finish your answer to the last
Oh,
Judge Jones granted the order allowing us.
man,
to
he's
be able
getting
to talk.
fired up, and he's
that
got to
day, yeah, I was in tears.
Okay.
he's got to slow his roll. He's starting to get angry, and he's starting to make mistakes. He's getting combative, and Tucker's getting combative with him and is drawing him in.
So you got the in tears part out. The jury heard it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, great. Let's move on. So
Oh,
you've talked to her
God,
admittedly
man.
since then.
Oh, quite a bit.
Quite a bit, right?
Yeah, quite a bit.
You remember her taking a trip to California?
Vaguely, yes.
She posted pictures of it, right?
If I remember right, she posted pictures of Woody.
Who?
She likes Woody from, I guess I forget what the name of the movie is. It's some Disney thing, man. But she likes a character named Woody.
He's like, she likes Woody, all right.
Those Toy Story.
That's what it is. Thank you.
1 minute, please, Judge. All right.
I'm not sure if we could talk at that time though.
Oh my gosh, this is good stuff. This is Kino, everyone. We're gonna have to go back to the beginning of this treehouse murdering. And when they call it a treehouse, basically it was kind of like on top of a house where all these like hobos were living. It wasn't like Robin Hood living in the trees, just so we're clear. And real quick before we get too far, I get these super chats out of the way. I don't want them to stake for too long. Cedar Rose says, why do people choose to represent themselves? Because they're morons. So, President-elect Phil Swift for 199 says, I voted for the PSA Sabre M4, the PDW, and 308 Jackal. Okay, good stuff. Stuff we talked about last night on the local stream. POV walks with the roving Cyclops. For one single toonie or two Canadian loonies. Says suicide by prosecutor. I'm thinking he's hoping we all kill ourselves at this point. Unhung Hero for $2 says, yes, he admitted that since he's not a certified contractor doing roofing, he committed a crime. Yes, he didn't have his roofing license. Also for $2 from Unhung Hero saying, is it worse to talk to the cops or testify pro se / pro per? I mean, I'd say talking to the cops, because if you don't talk to the cops, you're rarely going to get to the point where you have to be a trial. Like, it decreases your odds of being a trial. So I would say talking to the cops is worse. And the Bad Weather Biker for $10. Thank you so much. Saying potentially criminal. The Juneau County, Wisconsin just had a rather gruesome murder that will quite possibly be a good trial to follow. Just a heads up. Biker's meth body mutilation and a prosthetic. Well, if you happen to have that, shoot me an email at actually, hold on. I didn't realize it's not down there, but I'll make sure I put the email down below and send me that info, because I'd like to take a look at it if that's going to be a good one. There's a prosthetic. Like, imagine all the stuff you could do with a prosthetic. It sounds like very interesting. So, all right. Well, thank you guys for those super chats. I appreciate it. Let's get back to the fun here.
Pilot.
Yeah, these are.
Wouldn't he normally have to show this?
I'm sorry?
Show this to me before he brings it?
Not necessarily. It's one-
Second.
That's fine. He's
I'm
got it. He's certainly going to give you an opportunity, and then, go from there.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Tucker, showing you Mr. Marks, Tango 1 through 5 composite.
Okay.
Recognize these photos?
Yes, they're from Paul Belmont's Facebook page, and the thing is, I don't think we were talking at that time,
How do you know from the Facebook page?
because I've seen your Facebook page.
So you've never seen these on the Facebook page.
Yeah, I don't understand the relevance of them.
So at this time, I see you moved in with the previously marked as Tango 1 through 5.
Okay, is there any objection?
Bingo.
Again, I'd like to know the relevance of the pictures.
Okay, you're objecting to
Yeah, relevance.
relevance. Okay, so we'll have to have a bench conference then. So come on, run around.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, we're gonna. Oh, Della's saying, "Am I against any pro se? Not okay." So here's the thing, Della. Am I against every pro se? No. Should you do it? I mean, can you do it right? Yes. Just like I could throw you into an airplane and have the pilot, like you could be sitting in an airplane next to a pilot and he could keel over from a heart attack. And could you land that airplane? Sure. I mean, it's always possible. They could talk you through it. But have you had any training to be a pilot? Have you gone through flight school? Do you understand the basic principles of flight? And I'm not joking, there actually are. Like how much do you know? The more you know, the more you can do. And the more you can do, the more serious the situations you can be in. So yes, can he do this? Yes, but the traditional thing, and there's, we see this time and time again, what happens with pro ses? They crash and burn. There's a reason why most people don't. That's just my thing here. I'm biased against them. And I guess I'll say it like the stereotypes exist. Stereotypes exist for a reason because they're true. They've been documented to be true. And we've seen it play out time and time and time and time again. What happens when people represent themselves? They generally lose, especially in big cases like this. Now, yes, people can go to court and pro se against,
All right, so let's pick it back up.
people can be pro se against speeding tickets, traffic tickets, some lower level things, zoning. Yeah, sure. All the time that happens and people win. Cool. But a murder charge, that's, yeah, you can replace the tires on your car. Sure. Are you going to replace the tires and the brakes and do everything in a Formula One car though? Because if you mess that up, you're going to die. You replace the brakes on your car and you're sitting in the driveway and you're trying to work on it and something happens. Well, you're stuck in the driveway. No big deal. Like I said, there's a difference, changing your tires at at Spa-Francorchamps, where if you mess up, you might fly into a tree. It's a little different, but there is the ability to be pro se, but that phrase of whoever represents themselves as a fool for both an attorney and a client, you can do that. And I will also comment on that's just from experience. I've been the guy sitting back there as standby counsel, watching pro se litigants go to trial, and literally watching them eat shit as they go forward. And so I've been there and watching one or two of them, especially knowing I could have helped them probably win or at least get a hung jury, and they probably weren't going to get retried. But nope, they took it on. I advised them against it. They still went up there. They shot their shot and completely missed. So you could say I'm biased. Sure. I won't hide that. But that bias is from a position of experience and, the practicality of the situation. Sure. Yes, we could all fly the space shuttle. The odds of us coming back and not disintegrating at 75,000 feet are pretty low, though. But we can all fly the space shuttle. And and I appreciate you being here. But yeah, if it's not your cup of tea, certainly thank you for being here. But I provide it based on my experience and training and education and my personality. So yeah, but thank you for bringing that up. And like I said, I'm not meaning to be confrontational.
You're aware of California, right?
Yes, I am.
She took pictures with Woody, you said, right?
I think she takes them pretty much on every trip she goes on.
All right. Ever was lifted, you've had pretty steady communication with her. Is that fair to say?
Fairly steady. Sometimes a little more, sometimes less.
Now, you talked about this friend, Big somebody. What's his name again?
Scott.
Big Scott.
Yep.
Big Scott was staying at the warehouse with everybody?
No, he was not. He was there that night, yes. But
Which night is that, sir?
that would be, I guess that would be the night of the crime. Because again, like I said, I went go get cigarettes with Travis, come back, and Big Scott is at the door.
And so Big Scott, was he a friend of yours or an acquaintance? How would you describe him?
Actually, he's a friend, and he was a friend of, I think he was a friend of a couple people there.
And at some point, are you aware of Big Scott telling you and Travis and Rory, I don't know what you guys are plotting, but I want nothing to do with it? Do you remember that comment?
No.
No?
No.
When did you first learn that Mr. Bonnett had been murdered?
I told you that already.
Okay, but you need.
I didn't. Well, actually, I shouldn't say I knew Mr. Bonnett got murdered at that point. At that point, the first time I heard anything about what had happened at the treehouse, and it wasn't even the treehouse. Where they told me somebody got stabbed in the CVS parking lot. That's the first time I heard about it.
So the way you heard about it, the stabbing was alleged to have happened in the
Right.
CVS parking lot.
Right. The next time I heard about it, I was at the police station.
Is that when you found out it was actually at this treehouse location?
Yes.
And that's when you were talking to Detective Pitcher, right?
That would be Detective Pitcher, Danielle Malone, and Captain Bells.
Now, at some point, didn't you tell Detective Pitcher what you told the jury today, that you were not involved and that you were sleeping off, you were drunk and sleeping it off or something?
Yeah, I told him the same thing. I couldn't remember much, man, from the night. And yes, I remember passing out. I remember waking up
Right.
that I needed cigarettes, and I went to the Tom Thumb, and Travis went with me.
And that's what you told Detective Pitcher, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you even told Detective Pitcher that just ask Travis, he'll back you up, right?
I thought so. I didn't know anything was wrong.
All right. Well, Travis didn't back you up, did he?
No, he didn't.
Travis
There's
came
good reason
clean
for
and gave a statement to the police, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And
Okay. It's just a
again-
yes, no?
Okay. Yes, he
Need your
did.
commentary on it.
Yes, he did.
Do you remember when you saw Paula McDonald's in this whole timeline? When did you run into her at McDonald's? The very next day? Was it 2 days later? 3 days later?
It was, let's see, hold on. It would have been, okay, because the raid, suppose, if you want to call it that, whatever you want to call it, that happens on the 21st. Going into the 22nd is when I'm literally being interrogated all night. That day, whatever that day is, that would probably be, but that would be the 22nd again, because it's that morning. So, okay, 22nd, it would be on the 22nd.
Okay. And let me ask you, Mr. Tucker, you were making pretty good money, right? $300 an hour to put these blue tarps up?
Yeah, I was doing all right.
What's the reason you hadn't gotten a place? You were still living in these
Well, because
temporary
again,
places.
I lived on a boat before, right? And as I testified, I was trying to save up for a new boat. There are going to be plenty of cheap ones around, but here's the thing: is I don't like paying outrageous rents that are in Key West. I'd rather buy a boat and live on the water.
Now, you said you'd passed out that day drinking these fireballs, right?
Yes, sir.
What time in that? Like, what time? Take us through that day, the timeline for that day. When were you drinking these fireballs?
I know. Look, that's like I said. I don't really remember the day that well. I remember drinking during the day. I do remember that. I don't even remember all who was there. I know there were other people that came in and out. I know I passed out somewhere along the lines. But that, asking me specifics, especially 6 years later, I couldn't tell you.
So you started drinking these Red Balls. Was the sun still up?
That would be Fireball, sir. And
Fireball. Yes.
the sun was still up, while I was drinking. That is true.
All right. Do you remember getting out of bed and go right to the partying phase, or did you do something else before it
No,
started?
I already testified to that. I told you that.
Okay. Well, I'm asking again.
Okay. Well,
I appreciate you reminding me.
I'm just saying is I woke up.
He's
at
fighting
some point
back.
in time, and I went and got cigarettes at the Tom Thumb, and I came back, and Travis was with me, and yes, Big Scott was there. I told you what happened after that.
But I'm talking about earlier in the day, when you got out of bed that day, did you go do something or did you just start drinking?
No, actually, I mean, I'm pretty sure, because if I'm drinking during the day, I had a day off. So, if I'm drinking during the day, I had a day off. So, yeah, I would imagine I had the day off.
Do you remember passing out that day?
Do you really want to say
Remember
that?
passing
Come
out?
on,
I don't know
man.
if that's a proper term, but no,
Okay.
I don't remember passing out. I
Don't
remember
remember passing
I
out?
remember I passed out somewhere along the lines, but yeah, I don't. I guess I'm being too literal here, but I remember. Yes, I went to sleep sometime during the day and night. I don't know.
And do you remember what time you woke up?
No,
Day or night?
night.
Police cars already out and about?
Police and cars were already up there on Laurel Avenue. I could see I could see the lights from the Tom Thumb parking lot. I could see all the lights that were up on Laurel Avenue.
Do you know how many times Mr. Bonnett was stabbed?
At this point, yes.
So now, I guess your story is that this is all being pinned on you, right? That you didn't do
Well,
this.
Objection, argumentative.
Oh, would I? But I
Yes.
wasn't there. You were. So why did you tell me? Are you telling me this was all pinned on you?
Objection, argumentative.
Mr. Mansfield.
It's very
You
simple, Mr.
just
Tucker.
said
Is
that
your
I was
story
there and you have
today,
no proof of
is your
that.
story
No,
today that you were,
Sir.
this is all being made up and that you didn't do this?
Yes, this is that is my story all day,
Okay.
and I've said it since day one.
Argumentative.
So this is just the big
Judge,
brother system
step
going after
in.
you to pin this on you.
Yeah, and Mr. Mansfield. Again,
Asked and
answer that.
answered.
Would you like me to answer you? Would you like me to tell you how I know that? You said you didn't want to go into that.
Well, you know what? Let's not go into that because I'm pretty sure what your opinion is has no factual basis to it.
Really.
So, in
Objection.
other words, this is your
Object-
theory that-
The objection, like this is where the sworn attorney would be like, objection, argumentative, like just. But this actually makes him. This prosecutor's getting very, very petty. It's not like this is not professional. I don't know if this was his plan or if this is just a stupid man baiting in the prosecutor. But this prosecutor's like starting to walk into the punji pit and voluntarily do so.
This is all being pinned on you by the big brother system.
Your Honor, I would object unless he wants to let me go into the things he doesn't want to go into.
I'll sustain that last question as argumentative.
Ah,
All right.
Thank you.
So now
Now
you
read your-
may conduct redirect in the same fashion, but just remember it's within the scope of the cross. We're not, all right?
Okay, thank you. I don't even know if I want to read it. I don't know.
Well,
what I
you
wanna
don't
read.
have to.
I'm just trying. Let me think about what
All
Mr.
right.
Mansfield just asked me
All right,
because
take a
I was
moment.
kind of getting blasted there.
If you need a moment, take a moment.
Thank you.
Mm.
It's not mandatory redirect,
No.
just if you want.
redirect isn't mandatory, but yes, get your digs in, bro.
Yes, Ken, I think I would like to address that last thing there, but I mean, yes, I do know that I'm being set up yes, I'm being set up for this because I'm here. That's an obvious thing. I won't go.
That's
into
actually a pretty good argument.
and the things we're not.
It's a good
supposed to talk
point.
about right now, I guess. But I do. Let's see. As far as everything else, I mean, everything else you just asked me, I'd already talked about. So I don't think there's anything else I need to say.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. You can step down.
Well, that actually wasn't bad so far.
Folks, how about, till, I'm just looking at the clock, 1:55, no, 2:55.
that actually, it wasn't bad work so far. That was pretty good.
Procedures and protocols, if anybody wants to go outside the jury room, let the bailiff know.
Um,
All right, so the jurors have left and you testify now, and Corey made my previous ruling, so that completes the defense case. I don't know if you're gonna make a motion, renewed motion now or after the rebuttal, which,
You talking about a renewed motion for acquittal?
that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, I would like to do that. I don't know. I'd like to do that after the rebuttal, I guess.
All right,
What time is it?
it's, what, 2:38, basically.
Okay,
So-
so I don't know how long they plan on doing that.
Well, I mean, I don't know how long this video.
Yeah, that was a
Deposition excerpt shouldn't take very long.
that was a tactical error, I think, by the state to really get fighting like that.
Okay, so that's, their rebuttal isn't gonna take that long.
I mean, we were going to play the full first video, right?
Yes.
Cool. I just
All right, well, let's all take a break and then we'll have the jury, then we'll have the rebuttal, then we'll excuse them, then we'll have the argument for the motion, and I assume that the state's got a proposed set of jury instructions.
We do, Judge.
Presume you've shared them with the defendant, or will?
I'll give him his copy right now. Just jury instructions and.
Cat saying this guy guilty. No, right now he's presumed innocent. Right now the state hasn't met their burden. And it doesn't sound like they have the strongest case, period. He's representing himself, though, so that makes it, there's always the risk of like self-induced error here, which may help the state. So, but he's far from guilty. He's 100% innocent right now until the jury says he's not. That's the neat thing about this. You stay innocent. It's kind of like a magic spell. It's kind of like kissing the frog. Frog doesn't turn into a prince till you kiss him. Although in this case, becoming the prince means you go to prison. But imagine it that way. The frog isn't the prince until you kiss the frog. So he's not guilty until the jury kisses him, basically.
Okay. I guess,
Okay.
and we'll talk about, all right, we'll be back. It's 2:55.
So, all right, here we go. And yes, I've been reading about this a little bit. It does sound like he scored some points during the case of the course of the trial about the quality of the state's case here. So let's see if we can. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, that skipped a little too far. All right, here we go. We're getting back into it. Let's go, champ.
Thank you. Please be seated, members of the jury. Welcome back to court. Defense's case is completed at this point. The state is going to be given an opportunity to present a case in rebuttal.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. State's going to call Officer Danielle Malone.
Tilly, which part? Type it out. I'm not sure what I said there. I kind of just
Yes.
spurred out.
Please come forward through the gate, approach the deputy in front of the witness stand. That's good right there. Turn and face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat on the witness stand.
May I proceed, Judge? Thank you, sir. Ms. Malone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're no longer an officer, right? So it's just Ms. Malone?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Malone, I called you back to the stand on our rebuttal case. I want to ask you a few questions.
Interesting.
Now, the night of November 17th of 2017, how were you employed at that time?
I was a detective with the Major Crimes Unit.
And were you dispatched to the hospital to conduct an investigation?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose in having you go to the hospital that night?
Was to meet with the victim, Paula Belmonte,
The victim of what?
of the robbery, murder.
And was this the same night that it had happened?
Yes, sir.
And what hospital did you report to? You
Lower Keys Medical Center.
remember about what time you went there that night?
It's probably around 10-ish.
I mean,
night.
clearly nighttime, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to make contact with Ms. Belmont?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to ask her questions about what had just happened?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, please.
Okay. So you're not moving into evidence?
So we come sidebar?
Yeah.
We're going to see if they're going to run their sidebar quick, see what they're getting into. Huh.
Well. Ms. Malone, now, when you went to the hospital that night, when you went to the hospital that night, did you have your body worn camera on?
Yes, sir.
All right, and there was a video of your conversation with Ms. Belmont.
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to watch this video prior to coming to court today?
Yes, sir.
Does this video accurately and fairly depict that conversation?
From what it seems like, yes.
Did it appear to be altered or tampered with?
From what it seems like.
So this time I would seek to look at our video here.
Which has been marked for identification and.
Wait. Is this a fair and accurate representation? Well, I think so. That's not a good answer. You should say yes. Either it is or it like there are times I'm in front of him and say, wait, is it or is it not? That is not like no wonder she's not a detective anymore. Holy Jesus on a cracker. So here we go.
No, this one,
Yes. Okay, Judge, the state would seek to move in what's been marked as uniform into evidence.
any objection?
No, Your Honor. I just would like to get a little closer look.
You would, yes, you may do so. Okay. You for identifications admitted into evidence as the state's next in order number 19. It's going to be published. The defendant's going to position himself as he has done previously to be able to get a good vantage point as to it. And we want to be sure that, as always, you can see it and hear it.
Thank you, Judge. Am I going to publish?
Go ahead.
Describe the other person.
If you get a chance to get first,
Minutes, stop.
the other person was
Stop
smaller.
it. Listen to this stuff.
It's so little like her. He had something real.
Okay.
The smaller guy?
Yeah, something didn't look like big, like something.
Nope, they're not ready. Remember, guys, it's live TV in court. Court is live TV. They get screws up all the time.
So this is not the portion or the one that you.
This is just a small segment of overall video. Which will
Give us a moment here. Some technical difficulties.
Come on, guys. This should be timestamped. They should. Ideally, if you can get away with it, you cut down the footage to the clip you want to show to avoid this, because then you're just like open the file and it goes.
That looks like right.
Hi. Your friend Todd? He was in the house. Never know. I don't know. I'm here to talk to you, okay? I'm Danielle, okay? I need you to tell me about the person who did this, or the persons that did this.
Okay, I don't know the one that you know, the one who was on top of you in 70. He was letting you Detroit. Big like I.
When you say big, what do you mean by big?
Big, like you big. They told him that he was big.
Okay, stocky, muscular, fat,
Stocky, big.
stocky, and taller than I am?
Yeah, he
How
had
much taller?
a little bit, but it's like, so, yeah, about, yeah.
Okay, so about 6 foot.
He had been in the house earlier, and then he had a there playing chess or something like that. I don't know because I was here. He's a friend, yeah, he played.
Okay.
And if they, I kept saying, he's gonna have some kind of video, give me a silver, like, he kept saying this. She tried that Chris Big Locker do it, she asked Melissa Davis to do it. Matt put 15-day notice on her door yesterday.
Okay.
But it was one of the projects in the house originally. And I asked you to say your secret. She knows, all they know is something in Detroit.
Is your next door, right?
But he's on the warehouse.
Okay.
Warehouse, so we're close to street, kind of be
On Front Street? Okay, is he black,
light,
light?
it's black.
How old is he?
And my use from, I'm 53, somewhere in that area.
In his 40s or 50s?
And he's somewhere in that.
In his 50s?
Yeah.
Okay. Any scars, marks,
I
tattoos?
don't know. He's got his friend online, but.
Okay, but you've seen him. Did you, any scars or tattoos?
No, no.
Okay. What kind of clothes was he wearing? Okay.
So he had sent sometimes that, but I knew it wasn't what was it, he got it.
Okay.
I would see all the dark, it was not to me, I think it's. I think tell the person to even ask, but I was getting dark, and I didn't know who was it.
Okay. Well, describe the other person.
And he wanted a chance to get first, he was on top of me. The other person was smaller, little, big. And slow, little like her. He could use something real big in his hand.
The smaller guy?
Something just looked like that, big, like something more big. Something I don't know, it's not small.
Okay, was he white, black, Hispanic, male or female?
But he's up there, too.
And it was male?
Yes,
Okay, so a smaller, black male. How old was he?
I don't know. But I can't tell you that Detroit and downstairs in that house, and I see his favorite, that's kind of the end of it.
Okay.
Because he hung out there, like that.
Okay, the other person. How old was
I
he?
don't know. And I had two of them in the top, and I was just catching glimpses. Roger is looking for his, but Roger, that he just somewhere. Roger Luggett. Roger Luggett. Luggett. He's the one that got beat up by the other guy.
Now, Ms. Malone, she said I had a 200-pound man on top of me, and I was catching glimpses. Who was she referring to when she said glimpses?
The second person.
She was only catching glimpses of the second person.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he lives in the city? Roger lives in the city?
And this one, they probably stay there. He's the neighbor. He's the one on God.
Okay.
I know you'll come to the
How old's Roger?
He's 65. Yeah.
Do you know where Roger would have gone and why he wanted to stay?
We scared of that. They must be sworn. Yeah, that was another guy that was I didn't even away. You know, upstairs, upstairs.
Roosevelt,
Everything to that, you hear things that stuff.
is Roosevelt white, black, or Hispanic? You said his name's Roosevelt Washington? Where's he live at? Okay. Okay. I honestly, I don't know.
I was scared, he said he's not trying to stop that, that, I got sad video.
So where were you when this all started?
Upstairs, when I stayed upstairs.
Okay, where was Matt?
Sitting downstairs.
Okay.
I can't see him, so I'm upstairs, and I can't do it.
Okay.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
So explain to me exactly what happened, okay?
He put it up the stairs, and he was coming up, I turned down, and then he went up. So he comes in, ready first.
Okay. Did he take your purse? Okay, describe your purse for me, okay?
Well, he got it like that, actually, then we changed first. And he just,
Okay.
and his black, and see, the other guy was up, and he said, I didn't forget this. I did not do it.
Okay.
And downstairs,
What about the other guy? Have you ever seen him before?
I don't have no clue what's going to talk. They weren't stuck with that talking. That's it. Another reason why I do it. They tell you that you first.
She said I had a 200-pound gorilla on me. Who was she talking about?
Rory Wilson.
Did that affect her ability to see the other person?
Yeah, she said she could only catch glimpses.
Anything else in there? What about in your backpack?
My wallet, I think, so I need it because supposed to fly on Christmas. It's doing when that was changed. The keys, to me, the keys down the road there, you probably told me about the keys.
Where down the road? Which way down the road? Who found your keys?
I don't know, the old woman, I called asking me to go down. The keys were on the car, her car store.
Then where, does Detroit have a car? Okay, so you heard a car start, what did the car sound like?
It's just not the car, it wasn't working out, or anything, it just started car start, that's all. And I got to, that other thing that there's, the way that something comes to see this. My mind, it was, they went down the steps and then I heard a car. I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a break, okay, get the video out, and I'm gonna be back, okay?
So that, I don't,
Listen, listen, I know you're upset. But you want us to catch the person who didn't see your friend, right? I understand that, you've been very helpful, okay? Just while you're cleaning up, just, and see if you can think of anything, okay? Okay. We're gonna do all of that, but okay, did you think it's on Front Street? Honestly, I haven't worked on South Island in a very long time, so I don't know.
Guys, I know it's hard to hear, but I'm trying to see if I can hear it.
Can you describe it tonight?
It's convenient, I'm totally about that long.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, is that bring us the totality of your discussion for about her ability to identify the second attacker?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Judge Moxley is going to, Ms. Malone, I have nothing further for you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, cross-examination. Well,
All right, here we go.
A little bit this way, Your Honor.
yes,
Okay, Ms. Malone, we had a little question and answer before, but I'm going to just ask you a few questions about this video. You said Paula was upset in that video, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is directly after the crime, right?
Yes, sir.
So she's down in the ER, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know if they gave her any medications?
I wouldn't know that, sir.
Okay, you don't know if she's lucid at this point.
Appeared lucid to me.
Okay, now you say she appeared lucid. How many times did she say the name Anthea Clay in that video?
I didn't count.
Okay, did you testify previously that Anthea Clay was never rise to the level of a suspect?
Correct.
Okay, did you go and interview Ms. Anthea Clay after this?
I did not know, sir.
Okay, did anybody?
I believe they did. I don't know who, though.
Okay, do you remember, again, the first interview video that was done with Anthea Clay?
I wasn't there.
Okay, I think you testified previously that it was how long afterwards?
I believe they met with her that night.
No, the video, the interview video. You said, if I remember correctly, you testified that it was almost 2 years later.
That they conducted a full interview? Yes.
Okay, was she arrested?
No,
Okay, why not?
because she never rose to the level of a murder suspect.
Again, Ms. Malone. Paula, what did she say in that video? Did she say over and over again, this was Anthea Clay? She set this up.
I believe she said that once, and then she stated over repeatedly to talk to Anthea Clay because she knew Detroit.
Actually brought Detroit to the treehouse, correct?
I don't recall them exact words.
We can play it again if we need to.
I'm not, I just don't recall them exact words.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, can I go up and, get the video for a second? There's a couple things I'd like to clarify.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, yes, he's representing himself. He's asking good questions, but yeah, I'm not really at the point where I'm going to say, he's the smartest man in the room. Because these are questions I would ask too. Well, were these people? Did you go after these people that were named? No, we didn't check. So, But it's good on him.
That's not what she said. She
Yeah,
said she
I will
didn't.
just, wait, okay, I will just sustain the objection as to,
How many times do you think you said it?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule that objection.
How many times she said the name Anathea Clay?
No, the Anthea Clay did this. Anthea Clay set this up. Something to that effect.
I recall one time.
Now, once you listen to this, if you wouldn't mind, what did she just say?
She asked me if her friend was dead.
She said her friend's dead, right? Agree? Her friend's dead, right? Now, if you listen to this, tell me what she says and say.
Huh? Who called you? Your friend Todd? He was at the house? Okay.
What did she just say there?
He's dead?
Did she just say, my friend Todd, he's at the house, he's dead? What would that make it sound like?
I don't understand.
When you watch that little video clip right there, did she just say, he's at the house, he's my friend, he's my people. Todd is at the house, he's my friend, he's dead. Something like that.
Yes, sir.
Would that make it sound like she's saying that Todd is dead at the house?
I didn't believe that at the time, no.
I didn't say I didn't ask you if you believe it, I said, would it make it sound like it?
Judge, I'm going to object. The video speaks for itself.
Well, I'll overrule the objection.
No, it
Is
doesn't.
that what you heard?
Yeah.
No, sir, that's not what I heard.
Would you replay it?
You can replay it, but that's not what I heard.
Let's check it. Maybe I'm.
Who called you? Your friend Todd? He was at the house? Okay.
He's dead.
Yeah, she just said.
She said that her friend Todd called her and told her that her friend was dead.
Kept saying he's dead after she said that Todd was at the house, correct?
Yeah, she said Todd was at the house and that
Mhm.
he's dead in a form of a question.
About the form of the question, I wouldn't say that exactly, but okay. Again, we can agree that this could be confusing, correct?
It was not confusing to me.
Asked and answered. We've covered it.
I'm asking, it was confusing.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. What's the question then?
Anyway, you got to that part. Okay, and then pull Anna the plate. Let's go to this.
Say big.
You can jump ahead. Jump ahead. Not go too far.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, I'm having a hard time hearing you, the court reporter, so it's,
Thank you, sir. Okay. Now, Ms. Malone, at the time you were a homicide detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who called you? Your friend Todd? He was at the house? Okay.
He's dead. Can I see it?
Never know.
What happened to? I know they jumped over nothing but his bed. It's obviously his dad. His dad did too.
I don't know. I'm here to talk to you, okay?
They called him.
I'm Danielle, okay? I need you to tell me about the person who did this, or the person who did this.
Okay, the one that I do know was on top of the 170. He was living in Detroit. Big black guy.
When you say big, what do you mean by big?
Big like you big.
It was Detroit.
Rory Wilson.
Thank you.
They told him that he was big.
Okay, stocky, muscular, fat,
Stocky. big.
stocky, and taller than I am?
Yeah, he
How much taller? All right.
Little bit, but it's like, so, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so about 6 foot.
He had been in the house earlier, and he had been downstairs playing chess or something like that. I don't know, because I'm upstairs. He's excited, as he play. Okay, he had a thing. I kept saying he's gonna have some, come to give you up, steal my money.
Sorry about that. I'm in a little trouble here.
Okay, stop.
What'd she just say there?
She said Anathea Clay and that Anathea Clay was trying to get somebody to beat her up.
And steal her money.
I believe so, yes.
And how many times did you say Anthea Clay right there?
The name, I
Couple.
believe 3 times.
Okay, 3 times.
Enough.
He's muscular, fat,
Stocky.
stocky, and taller than I am?
Yeah, he
How much taller? All right.
A little bit, but it's like, so, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so about 6 foot.
He had been in the house earlier, and he had been downstairs playing chess or something like that. I don't know if I was upstairs. He's a son, as he play.
Okay.
Yeah, they, I kept saying she's gonna have some come and eat up. Still with like, she kept saying that she tried to have Crystal big luck to it.
What did you just say there?
She tried to have Crystal Dinklocker do it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Did she just say somebody else? She tried to have somebody else do it?
I believe so. I believe Melissa something.
That's with the thing.
Can we come sidebar?
Yes.
I guess we're sidebarring. Your Honor, this is not helping my case. I don't like this. Yeah, I mean, this is... Look to the prosecutor to save me, yeah. Yes, so, let's see here. Judge is warning somebody. He's like, look, I'm just saying. I think he's warning somebody a door may have been opened. I haven't seen this yet, but apparently it gets better from here, guys. Perry says, did he even question that Anathea lady? Not clear enough.
Just said.
April's the one that brought him to the house originally.
Okay.
And April's Anathea Clay. That's her street name.
She knows, all they know is that he was Detroit.
So she just said she knows him, right? She knows Roy Wilson. Detroit.
Yes, she knows Detroit.
Okay.
Okay.
Warehouse somewhere on the street, I believe.
On Broad Street? Okay, is he black, white? How old is he?
In my age group, I'm 53, somewhere in that area.
In his 40s or 50s?
He's somewhere in that.
In his 50s? Okay. Any scars, marks, tattoos?
He's April's friend.
April Clay again. She just said
That he's April's friend?
April's friend, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you've seen him. Did you, any scars or tattoos?
Nothing I'm aware of, no.
Okay. What kind of clothes was he wearing?
Black boots, not too wearing them with the shorts, dark shirts and sweatshirt, dark. Like that's the distant bar.
Okay.
He has a sense sometimes that, but I didn't know whether he was maybe he like that.
Okay.
I didn't see all the dark, I suppose he was watching me, I think he's, I could tell the person was even masking, I was in the dark, I didn't exactly what he was saying.
Okay. Well, describe the other person.
Thank you.
Anybody get a chance to see that person, he was on top of me. The other person was smaller, little, I think smaller, little like her. He could get something real big and see it.
The smaller guy?
Yeah, something, it looked like that, but it's big, like something really big.
She testified. I mean, I'm sorry. Did she just say that the smaller guy had something big in his hands?
Yes.
And again, we just heard how many times with April, and I lost count. How many times with April and Anathea Clay?
I didn't exactly keep count, but about 5 times she said her name.
Multiple times, right?
Yes.
She's, she knows him. Friend brought him to the, brought him to the treehouse. She set this up. I'm asking. Is that what she said in there?
About Anathea Clay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Again, Ms. Malone, and you say, again, did anybody go and talk to Anathea Clay?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm going to sustain that
Okay.
objection. That's
Okay. Was Anathea Clay ever brought down to the station that night?
Objection, asked and
I
answered.
haven't.
I'll
think I've asked that.
overrule that objection. You can answer the
It's a
question.
good
man.
one.
To headquarters? Not
Yes.
to my knowledge.
Keep it up. Keep playing it on her.
Again, I mean, she says that, Anathea Clay is a friend of Roy Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know where Roy Wilson was that night?
At that time,
At that time?
I did not know.
You didn't know. Okay. And again, did you know where Anathea Clay was that night?
Me personally, no, I did not.
Did anybody else?
Somebody talked to her that night,
Somebody
yes.
talked to her. Okay. And, but she wasn't brought down to the station, right?
Not to my knowledge.
And again, how many times does she mention the name Detroit in this video?
I didn't count, but it was quite a few.
Quite a few, right? Would you say it was more? That she said April Anathea Clay more, or that she said Detroit more?
Probably about equal.
About equal. But Rory Wilson is a suspect at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I would ask, with your experiences, that you were experienced homicide detective at this point, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
I'm asking, okay, you testified earlier, based on your experience and training, that, your knowledge of homicide, being a homicide detective, correct?
I believe I stated my training and knowledge of the case.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you, how long were you a homicide detective for the MCSO?
Judge, objection beyond the scope of my direction.
Yeah, I'm going
Okay.
to sustain that
Okay.
objection.
Oh, okay.
Ask her where she works right now.
And so Rory Wilson becomes a suspect. Why did you not want to ask Anthea Clay? Why didn't she become a suspect at this point?
Objection, Judge, asked and answered.
We'll do it one more time. You can answer the question, ma'am.
Rory Wilson was a suspect because Paula identified Rory Wilson as the man that was beating her and held a knife to her throat.
That wasn't the question.
I literally, again, she became he became a suspect because she said, I'm just clarifying here. She said that he beat her and put a knife to her throat, right?
Yes, sir.
Got it right. Okay. And did she just say that Anthea Clay did this? She'd been trying to set her up and have her beat up and have her money stolen from her.
Objection, asked and answered already.
I'll overrule the objection. Didn't she basically say that? You can answer the question.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So why would Anthea Clay not rise to the level of a suspect?
Because she's a retard.
Because she was a person of interest in possibly setting this up. Nobody else put her in the crime.
Ah,
Somebody else
she
put
got
her in the
boned.
crime later.
A CI eventually did, yes.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
A snitch.
I'm not certain on the date.
Anyway, was Miss Anthea Clay ever arrested for this crime?
No.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, you said Miss Anthea Clay is deceased at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what killed her? Well, I shouldn't say. I should rephrase that anyway, because again, do you know how she died?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, John.
All right. Thank you.
Mm.
Redirect examination.
I'd leave that one alone.
Ms. Malone, to your knowledge, during this investigation, was there ever enough evidence obtained with which to charge Anthea Clay with being involved in this crime?
No, there was not.
During this investigation, was there enough evidence obtained to charge this defendant with the crime?
Yes, there was.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. So you may step down, ma'am.
That really doesn't help you. Well, because it's like no shit, Sherlock.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. The state at this point is going to seek to read out to the jury certain portions of a deposition by Paula Belmont given on May 1st of 2019. She was sworn in at that time, swore to tell the truth, and her statements were made under oath to be truthful, and the state has certain portions of that deposition that we feel are relevant for rebuttal.
Just for the jury's understanding, you saw this person's deposition to perpetuate yesterday. That was video and audio tape. This is a separate deposition, but again, it was under oath. There were questions, there was a court reporter, and there was a transcript made. It was under oath. So now counsel's being given an opportunity to read certain portions of that deposition for rebuttal purposes.
Thank you, Judge. Again, for the record, this deposition was May of 2019. Questions being proffered to Paula Belmont, May of 2019. Yeah, in dark clothing, I don't remember. It's been a year and a half at least. Question, I understand, but you immediately recognized him when he approached you. Answer, oh yeah. Question, is he the one that stabbed you? Is that right? I won't say stab, he cut my neck. Question, he sliced your throat? Yes, my neck. Question, and you're sure it was Rory Wilson?
My neck.
Absolutely, without
My
a doubt.
back.
Who else did you see there that night? No one that I can identify. Do you know Ty Tucker? I know him, yes.
I know Tom
And
Tucker.
You did not see Ty? Not that I can identify. I saw another person, but I can't identify him. Question, can you describe the other person that you saw? Answer, no, because I had Rory Wilson on top of me, pounding the hell out of me. Question, did Rory ever go down the stairs? Answer, they both. The first person went down the stairs, and then Rory went right behind him, attacking Matt. The first person was getting Matt from one end, the second person was getting Matt from the other end. Question, and you saw two people, Rory and the other person attacking Matt from behind? Answer, yes, one was in front and one was in the back. Question, and you said initially that you believed that the second person had a billy club. Answer, I think it was Rory. I think it was Rory. Question, you think Rory stabbed Matthew Bonnett? I didn't say that. You just said billy club. That had nothing to do with Rory stabbing Matt Bonnett. Then the question, let me go back. I want to make sure I completely understand your answer. Who had the billy club? Ms. Belmont's answer, I believe it was Rory. Rory had the billy club. Question, did you see any other weapons? Answer, no, I can't. I don't remember. I know at one point a small knife fell. I know at one point that other stick fell, and I believe that is when Roger got it. You were talking a year and a half ago, and they are memories that I try and hide, so I can't answer that honestly. Question, did you see the second person with any weapons? Answer, I didn't know. I couldn't see the second person until they were going down the steps because I had Rory Wilson on top of me, beating the shit out of me. But you said you saw Rory and the second person attacking Matthew Bonnett. Yes.
Mr. Mansell, I think it would probably be good for the record if we just identified page and line.
Okay, Judge, that's fine.
So like you started with, could you
Yes.
go ahead and.
That's
do
fine.
that
Judge.
for
Let
me?
me just back up then. So what the state is referred to in the deposition is page 13 and page 14 so
Page
far.
13, lines 1 through 25.
Correct. And page 14, lines 1 through 25.
All right. Now, what's next?
The next one we're going to go to is page 16, line 13. David, I'm sorry, Judge, page 16, line 13. Do you remember what the second person was wearing? Answer, I couldn't see the second person hardly at all, except he was a littler person. Dark clothing, and it was the second person that said, thank you, David. Dark clothing, and it was the second person that said, I think we killed him. Question, so you heard the second person speak? Yes, I think we killed him is what I heard him say. Now, Judge, I'm going to move to page 18, line 1. Who told you the tie had something to do with it? Answer, nobody told me. Question, the police didn't tell you that? Answer, no. Well, afterwards, when they arrested him, yes. Okay. Ms. Belmont continues, not when I was having lunch with him at McDonald's, or I would have been nowhere near him. Question, are you sure that he was involved? Answer, what kind of question is that? I had told you I can't identify him. That person was wearing a mask. So I wasn't the one who identified him. So the question, so the only reason you believe he was involved is because other people have told you that he was, because the police, and she says, answer, because the police arrested him. Okay, are you aware of whether or not any of his physical evidence was found at the scene? Answer, I don't know anything about that. All I know is the police arrested him. Then she goes on to say, actually, he himself told me that when we were at McDonald's, he himself told me, oh, the police had found a knife with blood on it, because I said to him, oh, good, it would be my blood. And he said, no, it's Matt's. Whether that was, this is Paula still speaking, whether that was true or not, I don't know. But he himself told me that while we were sitting at McDonald's, that the knife that the police found had Matt's blood.
That's through line 25 on page 18.
Yes, sir, that's correct. The next page I'm referring to is page 19, line 1. And it picks up from where the previous page left off. So he himself told me that while we were sitting at McDonald's, that the knife that the police found had Matt's blood on it. That's what he said. And the question, and you hugged him at McDonald's? Her answer, yes. I was upset, crying because of what Roy did. Not knowing, like I said, not knowing that Ty Tucker had anything to do with it, because I can't identify him as being there one way or the other. That was Paula's response. I can't identify him as being there one way or the other. That line 7 on page 19. The next section that I'll be referring to is page 38, Judge, line 2.
Oh, it sounds like he messed
Paula's
up.
answer to a previous question. There was a scuffle between them, and Roger got thrown into a tarp. I don't believe I said he was beating him. I was the one getting beat, but there was a scuffle between those two.
They're beating
The
my
other
meat.
person and Roger. And the question, and you saw the second person holding a knife to Roger's throat? Answer, no, ma'am. You did not see that? No, ma'am. You were told that? I was told that by Roger. That is why Roger wasn't helping me. And Roger was the one who
Yeah,
told
Roger
you that
didn't
the other
like
man
you.
had a knife to his throat? Yes, ma'am. But you never saw that. No, ma'am. I couldn't see past Rory Wilson because he was on top of me, beating me for the third time, I have told you.
That's through line 25 on
Yes,
that
sir.
page 38.
Next page, page 54, line 14. The second person this is the question. The second person that you can't identify, do you know whether or not that person was white or black? Answer, I couldn't tell you. Question, okay, only that the person was smaller than Rory Wilson? Answer, yes. And you believe it was a male? Answer, it was a male. And you heard his voice? Answer, yes. Question, but the voice did not sound familiar to you? No, but it wasn't Rory Wilson's voice.
That was through line 25 on page 54.
Page 57, line 18. I may have asked you this. The second person that you can't identify that was there, do you remember what that person was wearing? Answer, dark clothing and a mask. Answer, yes. I'm sorry, dark clothing and a mask. Question, did Rory Wilson have on a mask? Answer, yes. Were the masks the same? I don't know. I didn't get to see the second person. That was line 25, page 57. Moving to page 58, line 1.
Changing his inflection, yes, but this is where it's being allowed because Tucker's not objecting, and his attorney, if he had one, would likely be objecting at this point. So, that's where having some help wouldn't be a bad idea.
You said he was wearing a mask. Answer, yeah. Question, did you see the person? Answer, from the back when he was leaving, his darkness. What kind of mask was it? I don't know. It was dark. The mask was dark, like a hoodie mask, the back of it. I can't tell you anything about it other than that. Those are the statements, Judge, from the deposition given on May of 19 that the state published for purposes of rebuttal.
Anything further by way of rebuttal?
No, sir.
Okay, members of the jury, we've reached one of those points in time where I have to conduct a little bit of business outside of your hearing. If you wouldn't mind going in the jury room for a few moments.
Yep, pressuring very hard.
All right, they're gone. So just want to get an idea of how the rest of the day is going to unfold here. 3:50, so has Mr. Tucker received a copy of proposed jury instructions?
I have, Your Honor. I haven't had a chance to peruse it yet.
I have a packet for the court as well, if you let me know.
It's all right. I'll get it, but it doesn't have to be right at the moment. I'm just trying to
All right.
gauge whether we're going to be able to do the charge conference this afternoon, which is what I proposed, and ascertain whether Mr. Tucker is ready to address that.
Well, Your Honor, I thought first that we were going to do a renewed motion to.
Well, we are.
Okay.
We are, but, none of this involves the jury, so I thought I would kind of figure out what time to tell them to be here tomorrow, and hopefully be more accurate than I have in the past day or so. So what that I have to calculate is how long it's going to take to do a charge conference. If it's going to be contested to any great extent, it's going to take longer than if it's fairly fairly well agreed to. So
I would like a chance to go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you speak up,
I'm
please?
sorry.
You would like to have a chance?
Yeah, no, I'd like to have a chance to go ahead and review that so I can, get with my advisors and try and figure out what I want to do with that.
My advisors.
So that means to me
Who's
that
advising you?
Want to go to a charge conference?
Not this afternoon, if it's all possible, Your Honor. I would imagine if we could go to it tomorrow, that would be great.
May I see now the proposals, please? Yes. It's a pretty thick packet.
That's what I felt.
But that doesn't mean it's complicated. But it is a thick packet.
Yeah, just so the court's aware, I know
Nick.
some messages, we have maybe some on the side or-
It's a thick boy.
I'd like to read the introduction to homicide. I don't know how the court would discretion. But I did include.
This is the one with the face diaper. I don't know.
With either manslaughter or second degree murder or felony murder. So that might make the package look like.
So again,
Your Honor, I'm definitely going to need time with this just because, okay, I'm looking at it. And yes, I understand you're trying to explain the concepts of some of these things, but my name is used in it over and over and over again in association with crimes I'm not even charged with.
well, it's the norm that the defendant's name appears in jury instructions repeatedly. There's nothing
Mhm.
extraordinary about that. But I will give you the overnight to
Thank you.
review it and prepare.
Thank you.
I prefer not to, but I recognize that it's relatively late in the day, and it's
Yeah.
somewhat complicated.
It's complicated.
Well, most of these are standard jury instructions, but there are, there's various questions, like lesser includeds. I don't know if you're requesting any lesser includeds. That, and if the state is, so that's an issue. A lot of this stuff is pretty standard. Now, looking at the robbery instruction, it looks like it's almost in a different format than some of the others. I don't know why we've got all these italicized portions in that, but that's stuff we can work through. The challenge is, in my experience, you go through a charge conference and almost inevitably there's changes that have to be made. It's just almost, unless you have an agreed set of instructions, then there's changes that have to be made. So then I'm just curious, and we don't have to answer this question now, but just food for thought here. Okay, and you do have some interrogatory verdict form for with the weapon and the like. So you did address that point. All right, so we're going to do the charge conference tomorrow, but then we're going to go into closings. I don't like to have the jurors start deliberating too late in the day. So that means I'd like to have a
Send them
focused,
home.
Charge conference.
Hmm.
So we can deal with the motion for judgment acquittal this afternoon. So
Floor is yours.
if there's changes, the state has the
Tuck, let's go.
capability of getting those made fairly expeditiously.
Yeah, sure.
And then in terms of, again, I'm just thinking out loud here, just trying to plan.
Thinking out
Closing arguments,
loud.
like, just, I'm not going to hold you to it today. I just want to get an idea so I know what to tell the jurors is how much time would you be thinking, both of.
He's gonna I want 10 hours and
Hour and a half.
only use
That's
15
a
minutes.
pretty broad range. What was your thought?
That's a lot.
I was thinking around an hour, Your Honor.
An hour's a lot.
Yeah, hour and a half. That's certainly an hour. I mean, an hour and a half, but it's been a long trial. There's a lot of evidence. We can hone it down. But we'll. So that tells me if
Wow.
I tell the jurors to come at 10, that means we have to be here at 9 and ready for business, which I would think an hour for a charge conference should be adequate. So
Don't say that. That means you're gonna need more
tell
time.
them to be here at 10 o'clock.
Judge,
and,
Don't say
do the
that. You're gonna
homework
screw yourself.
tonight. I mean, again, you can review them with whoever you'd like to. I would imagine a lot of these are fairly standard, right out of Florida standard jury instructions, but there could be always questions. So anyway, I'm going to tell them 10 a.m. Please ask them to join us.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that probably wasn't the smartest move. I just didn't like how they. Yeah. So, who's doing that? I can hear him while I'm talking.
Thank you. Please be seated.
It's over me.
Everybody, welcome back, members of the jury. Again, we all appreciate your flexibility, your patience, your attention, participation. We're going to call it a day for the jurors. We're going to remain here, but there's nothing more for you to do this afternoon. The evidentiary portion of the trial is completed, and tomorrow I would anticipate going into closing arguments and final instructions and deliberations. So we'll probably need to do, myself and lawyers, defendant, some work tomorrow morning. So if you be here at 10 o'clock, that would be great. Continuing to follow the cautionary instructions, and have a good evening, and 10 o'clock tomorrow.
So, guys, I will point out that, yes, he was able to, we don't know that he's done it so far based on what the state's presented. Like, there's nothing that says he did it. Even he does a good job of not saying he did it.
All right, so the jurors are gone. So before we have the argument, did you need a few minutes, or are you ready to?
No, I think
We'll save this for later.
Excuse me?
I could use a few minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, but before we take a break, Ms. Knowles, to her credit, is very meticulous and careful when it comes to.
We'll talk about that,
exhibits,
Trenton.
and she's concerned, as am I, as to exactly, are there other videos on this last, I don't know if that was the last exhibit for the state. I think it was the video. Are there other, what's the number?
20.
20. I mean,
I think there are 2 other videos on it, Judge, so we're gonna have to transfer that to a single thumb drive in order for it to go in.
well, that
Can we
would
just
be,
delete the other- Actually, somebody much smarter about these things is sitting right here, and she said she can delete the other files and just leave the video that we played for the jury on that thumb drive.
That's fine, Your Honor, as long as it's just that one video.
right. That's what we don't want is, otherwise the only other option we would have, which is not a great option, is to not have it go back into the jury room. And then if they want to see it, tell them they got to come out here while somebody controls it. Whereas if someone who is knowledgeable about these things is able to delete the portions that weren't published, and then the defense can view it, or whatever assurance is necessary, if there is any needed, that it's just what was played, no more, no less. That would solve that concern.
Okay.
So, all right. So what if 4:20, 4:15? What do you want?
4:15 would be fine.
All right.
420. 420 Blaze. So yeah, he didn't do a bad job going after that detective. Although it is interesting that she apparently no longer is a detective, because it sounds like she kind of sucked at her job, which, that if that information's out there, that could have been brought up. Once again, that's a missed opportunity. So yeah, I get it. The guy is representing himself, but like, you left money on the table by, not going to, Detective so-and-so. Oh, are you not a detective anymore? Where do you work at? I work in the 911 center. Was that a voluntary move? No. Why? Oh, because I screwed up on this case. Like, think about how bad that sounds when you're like, the state's like, you've heard from our witness. Yes. Our detective who couldn't keep her job. There's stuff you can do, and I'll be admit, it's not that easy to bring that kind of crap in, but you can bring it in if you know what you're doing. And obviously our boy, even though we want to hear it for this boy right now, give that boy a hand. I think that he's working with advisors. Well, I think he could have had some help there, and he probably would have been a little better off. So, just my thought. Like I said, I'm trying not to be snobby about it. I'm just saying it's, there's nothing wrong with talking to a pilot as you're trying to land a plane. That's generally how we do this. So, there were some questions. Hold on here. There's some questions we need to get to real quick. This is just shot over your bowels. What the fuck did I miss? I just got your text. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, yes. After this is over, we'll get to Michelle Tracuna. So we'll get day 7 going. So, oh, there's a Danny. So, no, this judge is not my dad. My dad has, well, doesn't have as much hair, but he is in Florida. So, but it's not him. My dad wouldn't have suffered through all these morons. He would have quit already. Guys, no, when this is on, I'm watching this. I know you guys are talking every once in a while, but I'm listening and watching this crap. I get into it. There were some comments though. President-elect Phil Swift for $4.99. Thank you. Was saying, don't listen to Sean. Big law. Want you to think you need lawyers. Yeah, it's all the corporations, man. Talk to cops and go pro se. You could do it. Believe and achieve. Mystery Sniper says, how are the police allowed in the hospital as they're treating the person? Is it up to the person getting treated to kick them out and tell the hospital not to break HIPAA? Well, here's the thing. Those records can be subpoenaed. So when you go to the hospital, if you're the victim of a crime, or even if you're like in a DUI, they can file subpoena. Well, they should be filing a warrant for your blood records, but they can get the paperwork. That's not hard. Apparently Clyde is in trouble. Now everybody knows. With that being said, though, yes, you could tell them, you could kick them out. And they should have advised her when they turn on the camera, like, this is all being recorded. Generally, when people are getting treated, the officers really, they should be doing a good job at trying to protect the dignity of whoever they're talking to. I'm sure they have a policy for that, but this detective strikes me as she doesn't really, follow policy or could spell policy. So that's the thing there. Ashley says, how much would an attorney get made fun of if a pro se defendant would win against them? I'm sure there'd be like some ribbing and stuff like that, but it wouldn't be something that followed him for his entire career. But they'd be like, yeah, well, I mean, he's a really big guy, for you, maybe. Even though he's a big fat guy, there might be jokes about CrossFit in the future if he loses this one, or going to the treehouse. I'm sure there'll be a lot of those. American Dreamer says, I was at a jury duty today, a murder case in Kansas City. I saw that. Apparently you didn't get picked. Sorry you didn't get to. Hopefully you had the chance at least to be questioned because, it's at least some participation. And it's Trenton says, the judge never advised the defendant on his Fifth Amendment rights before testifying. Yeah. I mean, that is I believe that's going to be an error issue going forward, unless it was done off camera. If that was done and it wasn't recorded, I don't think that was the case, though. But the judge should have advised him, you have the right, Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Nobody can use that against you. And you have the right to testify as well. Yeah, I don't think that was, if it's on the record somewhere, fine. But if it's not, yeah, that's going to be a problem if this comes up on an appeal. And it didn't happen. Good catch. It's something I noticed as well. No Clyde, no peace. Well, yeah. No Clyde, no peace. Oh, Clyde is a good boy. Yeah, see, yes, I know. Yeah, see, she needs to see that Clyde is such a good boy. He did do nothing wrong. John Hallgren says, but video of you receiving treatment. Yeah, that's the thing though. That's you got attacked, you got stabbed, you got robbed, you got forcibly baldoed. You're the freshest right then and there. That's before the time has gone by. That's before they start doping you up. Maybe you die. Maybe you've been like mortally baldoed and you're bleeding to death. What happened? Tell us. They're going to try to get their statement as quick as they can. So, something to think about. Coley says, I'm still confused. Is he supposed to kiss the prosecutor or the jury to get acquitted? Thanks. DC Killing Spree says, yes, she received a recommendation for demotion from a superior, basically saying she should step down. Yeah, that's not impressive if that happens. Charlie says, I'm not trying hard enough. That ship sailed hours ago. I'm not sure which one. Oh. Ultimer, the defendant wasn't the one that got her demoted, and he wasn't allowed to get into it. Yeah, and maybe there was a protection against that, but without knowing the case and how to bring things up, there may have been ways to lay. And this is where, if I had the case file and I had time to prepare, you might be able to lay a trap. Let her step into it. You never know. But if it wasn't because of this case, that would okay, fine. But if it was for misconduct or just generally sucking at her job, there might be ways to do it. But once again, that's why when you're not the person, like it's all on the line for you, that attorney may have come up with a way that help, and maybe they had a way to do it. We'll never know. Alpha Fox says it was. She said it was voluntary. She lost the detective title. Family issues, so she voluntarily stepped into the civilian role. Oh, I'm sure it was all voluntary. So, Stacey says, why are we chatting about Kurt? I don't know why you're chatting about Kurt, but we run Somalia rules, so you guys can chat about whatever. Let's see. Clyde knows not to talk to the cops. Yeah, funny thing. On Saturday night, Clyde actually ran into law enforcement. Mrs. 2.0 and I were out, and while we were driving back, Clyde apparently spent the entire evening standing outside barking like a moron. And one of the neighbors called the police, and they were also concerned because it was like 10 degrees outside. And, hold on. Clyde. Come here, Clyde. Come here, buddy. Come on. Oh, God, you're cold still. Yes, so this guy decided, I'm going to bark in the neighborhood. At least he had a sweater on, so he was, thank you. He decided to bark. So much the neighbors called the police because he wouldn't shut up, but also because they thought he was stuck outside. Well, the police, the constabulary, felt necessary to trespass onto my property. Because when we got home, their footprints walking along the backside of the house. So, yes, the police decided, well, we're going to invade his privacy. Walked through my curtilage, back to my fence, and they shined a light on him. Thankfully, they didn't shoot the dog. I'm just saying that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. They shined a light on him, and Clyde, started talking. And once the light hit him, he ran inside. So, yes, Clyde had an interaction with the cops. So, job well done says my dog just started barking. Yeah. Well. Oh. Goalie saying it's Kurt. This guy's the prosecutor's Kurt Angle. I could see that a little bit. I could see that. What? Did the cops know they were responding to the doggy's lawyer, Daddy? No, they didn't. Mike says, because no one volunteers to be Baldoed. Well, I don't really think so, at least. Would anybody in their right mind really think like that sounds like a fun time? All right, so let's yeah, guys, I'm sorry. Like I said, I kind of focus on stuff. Let's see, where are we at right now? Okay, we are still in never we're still on like timeout here, so John Hallgren says, just keep your Baldo tucked into your curtilage. If Baldo wasn't a copyrighted phrase, that would be hilarious. Actually, you know what? Keep it tucked into your curtilage. Maybe that'll be funny. You guys think that's a funny one? You know, curtilage being the area surrounding your house. I know we haven't really done a whole lot of like search and seizure discussions before, but I think that'd be kind of funny.
All right, we're back.
Yes, yes, that's it. All about trains.
Motion from the defense.
Yes, a renewed motion for judicial.
Any further argument, or you're going to rely on your?
I'm actually going to make a slightly further argument, just because there's been new evidence entered in, I guess. Look over a little bit just so the prosecutors can see it. Okay, Your Honor, you know, if I remember correctly, it was a prima facie case is what we're looking at here.
No, actually, that was from the close of the state's case. It's actually the state has to meet a higher burden for when all the evidence is closed. So,
well, I would submit that again, if there's a higher burden, I didn't think there was enough. I mean, there was definitely enough for a prima facie case. I would not have challenged your ruling there, sir. But if there's a higher standard, if you're talking about the jury having no doubt, or at least no reasonable doubt, I would submit that there's no way that the state has presented a case that comes anywhere close to beyond a reasonable doubt. I would say that because, still we've got my testimony, we've got Ms. Belmont's testimony. Now, again, we've kind of discussed Ms. Belmont's testimony today, and yes, at different times there were different things she said because of different things. I mean, again, this one in the hospital, yes, she was definitely right out of the crime, I guess, and yeah, she was definitely upset. We don't know if she was on medication. We don't know if any of that stuff, was because of that. Yes, Danielle Malone can testify to what she said, but she can't testify what her state of mind was. Same thing with, again, when we went through the deposition. Now that one, I happen to know her state of mind at the time, just because, again, of reviewing videos and everything else. But yes, there was reasons for that too, and I'll address those in my close if I have to. The thing is but the state, again, now I just went and testified too, and I don't remember anything in Mr. Mansfield's cross where he tied me into the crime or tied me into a piece of evidence or even impeached any of my testimony. So, I mean, I would imagine my testimony probably weighs as heavily as anybody else's. But so with that said, I mean, we go back to the first.
It's the jury's job to weigh that, though.
There was no evidence presented against me from any of the other witnesses except for Travis Johnson. Now, Travis Johnson, again, not only did he change his story when he was on the stand within those 2 days. I remember a couple questions just offhand. I remember, when we asked him if he was not telling the truth about some of his statements, and we went through the whole vacillating thing. And the very next day, he comes in here and completely different answer. He actually said, yes, I wasn't telling the truth. Between the 2 days, again, I would imagine, I haven't had a chance to ask him, but I mean, it definitely seemed like he had a discussion with the state about some of his answers. Now, even the vacillating, again, I had to look that up. I have been to college. I'm fairly well educated, and I had to look it up. I didn't know what vacillating even meant at that point. But yet Mr. Mansfield and Travis Johnson both use this word back and forth like it was a common word. I would, again, submit that, Mr. Johnson probably had a little bit of help with his testimony. Even so, his testimony doesn't match the evidence. And there's some serious inconsistencies in here. Because one of the things that Ms. Paul Belmont says is that Rory Wilson was wearing the same clothes that day that he was wearing that night. Travis Johnson, if I remember correctly, his story was that we go upstairs, change into dark clothes, come downstairs brandishing weapons. So if that's true, then why does Ms. Belmont say she saw and could recognize Rory Wilson? Because he was wearing the same exact clothes he wore that day. Another one is, again, the inconsistencies in the weapons. Again, the state is trying to put the murder weapon in my hand. What we assume is the murder weapon. We always assume that, I guess. Mr. Wilson's already been convicted on that murder weapon. Rightfully so. His DNA is on the handle of it.
That doesn't mean you can't be an accomplice, though.
On the weapon. I'm not saying, again, that because, again, I understand the principle behind felony murder. But they also haven't given any evidence other than Travis Johnson's word that I was there. And so far, Travis doesn't seem to have had he doesn't seem to be very truthful, Your Honor, or credible, if I would say. So if he's the only thing that's putting me there, then you'd have to wonder if the jury is going to believe him. Now, again, Mr. Mansfield had a chance with me. He could have went ahead and tried to impeach anything I said up there. He didn't. Not one thing.
Well,
okay.
like that,
I mean,
that's debatable. I mean,
this
is real life.
I mean, I don't
it's
know.
not like a Perry Mason type.
No,
thing
I get
where,
it. I mean, it's not. I'm not trying to be.
But he's calling him out, Judge. He's allowed to say he didn't do shit.
That,
well,
it's
an argument. It's an argument.
Most likely, Mr. Mansfield or any other lawyer isn't going to somehow or other get you to break down on the witness stand.
No, I didn't expect that. But you would expect if they have all this evidence.
It's a fair,
bring me to trial, and they're going to go ahead and try and put me on trial for murder. You would expect that he would.
That's a bit of a fair argument to make. Like, as much as that writing was going on there, yeah, I get the judge saying, well, but remember, you're looking. I give that one to him.
Have at least one thing that he could take from the murder and make me a liar in my story. One, I mean, at least one.
Well, who knows what he might be arguing about?
Well, I mean,
look,
I gave a story up there that yes, this is what happened to me, and I've never been asked it before until today. As far as my entire story. Again, I've in this entire story. To be honest, I mean, even with when the investigators asked me questions. They asked me questions. I know we didn't testify to that, but I've never in this entire story, nothing I've ever said has been proven to be untrue. Nothing. And yet here I am. Now, Mr. Johnson, again, there's plenty of things that are inconsistencies. Again, there's nothing that says he's the getaway driver. We went ahead and had Captain Phelps, we played that tape and look, at great risk to me, I put that tape up there because I also knew that the statements, the incriminating statements weren't true. And I'm going to have to address that with the jury in the close if that's what indeed happens. But yes, the only thing the only thing that ever said John Travis Johnson was the getaway driver was Captain Phelps. It came right from her. Now, Mr. Mansfield did try and say that Travis offered her, my name without any help from Phelps, and that's completely untrue too. Again, if you want to talk about testimony and going over testimony, I guess, or rehearsing testimony, I don't know. But the thing is yes, when he did that, he asked him, he's like, okay, did she offer, did you offer her Tyrone Tucker's name without being asked by Captain Phelps? No, Captain Phelps, on the other hand, said, we know who the asshole is here. And his answer was, is it Tyrone? That's not exactly saying, hey, Ty did this. That is literally leading a witness into, or leading a suspect into saying it's somebody else. Again, as far as all the evidence goes, there's no evidence other than that. I let the state put in almost every piece of evidence they wanted to, almost everything they wanted, right? Not one of those pieces of evidence has been tied to me, not a single one. The jury's going to be back there looking at all these pictures, nothing in there. There's not a single piece of evidence that Mr. Mansfield actually put to me, not one. So, okay, there's that. And then, okay, I haven't made very many objections, but that's also because, again, there's nothing to object. I mean, they can say their story. I've heard it before. And same thing, the inconsistencies are still there. With John Travis Johnson, his stories are inconsistent at best, right? And again,
anybody think this is
Ms.
also
Belmont.
kind of like
Ms.
Gary
Belmont,
from
yes,
Friday
we
Night
had
Tights?
a few different things, and yes, I'd hope to have a few more witnesses here. I did, and I'm not going to. That's okay. At this point, I'm not even necessarily sure I need them. Ms. Belmont, yes, she went through different periods of time. Apparently, Mr. Mansfield wasn't made aware of the motion that Your Honor granted, letting us talk and letting us become friends. But
letting us talk and become friends.
I could tell you the different reasons why she felt different ways at different times and why different things happened with Ms. Belmont. There's videos of that too. We discussed putting them on, but again, it wasn't necessary apparently. But there's nothing else, Your Honor. I mean, literally, it comes back down to Travis Johnson. You're talking about one man's word versus another. And at this point, I think I'm much more credible than Travis Johnson.
That's for the jury to decide, though. I get what you're saying.
Bring out something else that they can show the jury to even
there's
suggest the story's true.
There's no more evidence.
Okay, well then,
that's the evidence is.
Then I would suggest, Your Honor, that there
closed.
is no way that a jury could look at this case, the case the state put on, and that they could come up beyond a reasonable doubt that I actually did this crime. And whether it be felony murder, whether it be robbery, whether it be any of it. Because again, you can't even put me there other than Travis Johnson. So, I mean, I guess at this point I would defer to the state. I mean, the state, I'm sure, wants to go ahead and be heard.
All right. Well, thank you. Does the state want to?
Reasonable minds could evaluate this evidence, and if they believe Travis Johnson, they find him credible, then they would convict this defendant. Now, the defendant says, I'm much more credible than Travis Johnson. Well, that's his opinion on his own testimony, but I submit to the court that the corroborating evidence the state introduced to corroborate Travis Johnson is compelling. And if a juror believes that evidence, they can render a verdict of guilty. As far as him letting us move in evidence, he could have objected if he didn't want to. The evidence that we moved in is the evidence we moved in. At the end of the day, the court and the jury has received good and competent evidence from Travis Johnson and from Danielle Malone.
That's like the guy from The Sopranos with a list.
And from Dr. Steckbauer, and together, the elements of these charges have been proven through these witnesses. Now, the defendant put on the testimony of Paula Belmont, and I submit to the court that testimony has been fairly impeached extensively as to her knowledge of that second assailant who would be this defendant. He says nobody puts him at the scene of the crime, but that's not true. Travis Johnson watches the videos and articulates who's who in these videos that we saw. At the end of the day,
I wasn't making the Gary went to jail joke.
All he's put on is the testimony of Paula Belmont and his own testimony. And then there's obviously the jury instruction that's catered specifically to how to evaluate testimony. And if that testimony, if the person giving it has something to gain from it, certainly the defendant has something to gain from his testimony, and so would Travis Johnson for that regard. But Travis Johnson has been consistent in his statement from the beginning until now, albeit a couple of minor, I guess, changes or inconsistencies. The sum and substance of his story has been consistent from the date of the arrest in 2017 to the date of his proffer in April of 22 to the date of this trial and Roy Wilson's trial. And because of that, Judge, the state would request that you deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
Your Honor, do I get a?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And addressing Mr. Mansfield's claims here. Again, we can go back to he wants to say that Travis Johnson is credible and that he hasn't changed his story. That is not true. Travis Johnson has changed his story many times. Again, if we were looking at the videos, he changed his story numerous times. As a matter of fact,
these are arguments you make to the
instead of
jury. These are not
vacillating,
necessarily
he
ones that the
was
judge is going to
lying
agree
when
to.
he first told his story, right? Then he goes ahead and oh, wait a second, Captain Phelps comes by, tells him exactly every single detail and every single
Stresses
part of
the
his story.
weight of
And
the
yet,
evidence.
That's the story that the state still
The
presents.
credibility of the
But
witness.
unfortunately, it still doesn't match the other witnesses or the evidence. The evidence does not put the knife in my hand. The DNA puts the knife in Roy Wilson's hand, contrary to Travis Johnson's story. If you want to go again, even to the other witnesses, Roger Ruggett, 2 skull masks, even Paula Belmont, we talk about her and her testimony wavering or vacillating. Yes, she does, but she never says, not a single witness in this case has ever said a neck gaiter with Jägermeister all over it, which you would think is fairly recognizable. They want to talk about a beard being recognizable. Well, guess what? So is a Jägermeister neck gaiter, I would imagine. Would
Probably not in Key West.
Again, I don't see anything in here where John
Only
Travis
latent
Johnson,
alcoholics would
and
have
I'll tell you
that.
what, even his behavior up on the stand. He played really well with the whole innocent getaway driver thing for a little while. But yeah, when he gets upset, it shows. And the other thing is, he also says that in 2017, he was sober. But then he also goes ahead and says, wait a second, I'm doing all this dope. I'm smoking crack. I'm doing all this other stuff. That doesn't sound sober. Then you also have, beyond that, okay, not sober. And then you talk about his story, again, core to his story. How many times did he say, I did it for $50 worth of gas money? $50 worth of gas money. Now, again, comes back on stand, and this is in the same, by the way, in the same cross, he goes ahead and says, at first it's $50 of gas money. Now it's because, and I would imagine this is true, because he wants to get high. That's different.
Because I got high.
So Mr. Mansfield, he wants to say that he hasn't materially changed his story.
Because I
He has
got
materially changed
high.
his story, but he also doesn't match the other witnesses. He doesn't match the other evidence. Roger Ruggett says 2 knives. Okay. That doesn't match John Travis Johnson's story. Now, Paula, again, she has varying stories, and I would submit there's reasons for that. But again, it doesn't match John Travis Johnson's story. Now, John Travis Johnson, sure, he could come up with all that other stuff. He could drive you. He could literally draw you a map man for the route. He can literally go ahead and map out I would imagine he could probably map out the whole crime. That would be easy to do if you were actually there. I don't see where John Travis Johnson would have a problem doing that. He's admitted he was there. He's admitted to his deal. Yes, he's getting, you talk about a sweetheart deal, 5 years.
Judge, we're going beyond an argument for judgment of acquittal here.
Well, yeah,
These are arguments to make to the
To
jury.
some extent, I mean,
Okay.
you know, I think,
I'll comment
Mr.
back.
Tucker, you're
I'll comment back.
probably tipping your hand for your closing argument,
Not
but
necessarily.
I guess that's not, not a mystery what some of the things in your closing is going to be, but
Thank you, sir.
you're getting into quite a bit of detail here.
I'll address one other thing. He challenges my story, right? And he says, because I have interests in this. I didn't take a deal, Your Honor. I could have. I didn't take one. John Travis Johnson did.
Yeah, I'm
And I mean,
aware.
you talk about what
those
I have to gain.
respective decisions.
Well, I mean, what I have to gain from this. That's what Mr. Mansfield.
Well, yeah, of course, that's one of the things that any witness is, one of the considerations is what do they have to gain, what's at stake?
Yes, and what do I have to lose, Your Honor? I have a lot to lose
Your
too.
freedom,
I do, and for the rest of my life, Your Honor.
Yes,
Not
sir.
just for a little while, the rest of my life.
but that's making that point. is-
I'm just saying, I didn't have to do this, but I am. And the reason I have my personal reasons for doing this, but it has nothing to do with, I want to gain this. If it was, again, some kind of payment or something like that, I could understand. But no, I'm doing this because I have my own moral reasons for doing this. But again, that's what I submit. Again, you want to talk about who's more credible, who's not. It boils down to, at this point, whether or not you believe me, whether or not you believe John Travis Johnson, whether or not you believe Paula. But I mean, there is no physical evidence. And he brought in, and this is one thing I do need to address. He brought in Dr. Steckbauer, which I don't know how that proves the state's case, because
Well, in a homicide case.
I mean, it proves it was a homicide, but it doesn't.
You're going to have the medical
No,
exam.
I get that, but okay, how does that tie me into the case? How is that proof against me?
There's an old saying in the law that every hit doesn't have to be a home run. It takes many bricks to build a wall. So
I say that all the time.
That certainly wasn't a home
Floods are
run, but
built
it's
of many
all
raindrops.
Part of a case that's put together that may or may not succeed ultimately. in
Well, no,
terms of
I
conviction,
understand,
but
John.
you've got to be able to look at that basic process.
I understand, Your Honor, but there's also an old legal term that I've heard
Well,
before
tell
too.
me, what is it?
A brick is not a wall.
Okay.
A
Yeah.
brick is not a wall.
Right.
Okay, they
Okay.
have a brick. They don't have a wall. And
All in
again,
all,
so, yes, okay, yes, Dr. Steckbauer is part of the case. I would never deny that. And his testimony is definitely
Put them
valid
bricks
towards the
in
case.
that
It's
wall.
valid to say somebody got murdered. This is how they got killed. I don't debate that at all. Same thing with the DNA analyst. Now, the DNA analysts, we covered the whole inconclusive results and how I said they were being used as a positive by the state. That is not the same thing as positive results. And even in that testimony, things that they were trying to use as inconclusive as positives weren't even things that were put into evidence. You're talking about the gloves. You're talking about the sweatshirt. That stuff, man, wasn't even found at the crime scene. Had nothing to do with the crime, at least that we know of.
We're running out of time.
But anyway, the point is, Your Honor, yes, I understand why they're important to the investigation. I understand that. But I want to know how that proves that I had something to do with their charges. How does that prove their case?
Well, I'm not going to make their closing argument for him, and I'm not going to make your closing
No,
argument for you.
Expect you would.
But, I used to be a trial lawyer for many years. I've tried many a criminal case and homicide cases. So I know a lot of your questions are rhetorical in
Yes.
nature, but as I sit here, I have my understanding and ideas. So in any event, thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
So it is a different standard for this motion. We discussed quite a bit for the close of the state's case, prima facie case. Now it's analysis of the entire evidentiary record, the totality of the evidence, and the judge has to ask himself or herself, does that or can that support a verdict of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt by a reasonable juror? Is it so devoid of convincing, persuasive evidence that no reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty? And if that's the case, then the judge would rule as a matter of law that there's an acquittal right here and now. So, Mr. Tucker, you're obviously very, very knowledgeable about this case. Very conversant, very knowledgeable. As we kind of alluded to during your argument in the states, and I'm going to look at just one of these jury instructions because you and the state mentioned it. It's 3.94, and the actual verbiage is, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? So, did Mr. Johnson? Yes. Do you? Yes. I mean, and that's the point. The jurors can consider that along with a lot of other things, but that's one of the factors. Another jury instruction, again, part of 3.9, weighing the evidence. And it came up in jury selection, interestingly enough. Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it is called or upon the number of exhibits it is offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. So you obviously feel that the nature and quality of the evidence is weak, shaky, whatever adjective.
This argument you make at closing.
And state has a different take on it. I will readily acknowledge you have a lot to argue. You touched upon some of those things in your argument here. And I'm not going to sit here and say that you don't have a lot of things to argue. But I believe that ultimately the evidentiary record is such that I couldn't and wouldn't and be mistaken to rule as a matter of law that it should be taken from the jury's hands, because I believe, depending upon the credibility determinations that they make, that there could be a guilty verdict and is and would be supported by the evidence. Again, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I readily acknowledge your arguments, but I am going to deny the motion based upon the finding that I've made. So we go forward. Again, please study these jury instructions. If you have any objections or specials or additionals, that's the kind of thing that we do in a charge conference. I basically work from my Florida standard jury instructions here, as well as the proposals. Some of these, I assume a lot of them come right from the Supreme Court's website. And
They all do.
they all, okay. So that means there's standard jury instructions. That doesn't mean that there can't be other proposals or objections. All I'm saying is that's kind of the starting point. So you do need to be prepared to, if there are any objections or additions or the verdict form you find to be objectionable or in need of change, those are the things that we talk about during charge conference. So I think we have ample time. If there's changes, then they can be made, and actually I think the arguments could start even while the changes are being made. But having said that, I mentioned the length for closing. We're still somewhere between hour and a half. And I guess, unless there's, I give each side an hour and a half. It doesn't mean you have to use it all, but what I don't want to happen is to say, get to an hour and have someone look up to me, either defendant, defense counsel, or the state, and say, Judge, I need more time. I'd much prefer to be a little liberal at the beginning, so we know that when the time is up, that's it. So hour and a half, but that's the max. The state gets to go first and last. Total amount of time is the same.
Price is not asking about that.
In between, you get the same amount of time. They're going to make a rebuttal argument. The total time has to be equal. You don't have to use it all, but the maximum is equal. So unless there's something else, we'll be here at 9 and hopefully have a smooth charge conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, there we go. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, Your Honor, how could this lady say I was there in the treehouse when they clearly said no girls allowed? Yeah. Okay, guys. So what does all this mean ultimately? Well, he made a lot of great arguments, but those arguments are what you're going to tell the jury in your closing argument. I mean, you're right now at this point, you're making an argument that the evidence presented hasn't met the sufficiency necessary and hasn't met the manifest weight necessary to sustain the conviction. Merely saying, oh, there's disagreements and some of these witnesses sucked. Well, yeah, but that's where a reasonable jury could infer one way or another. That's where they have the right. It's up to the jury to determine the credibility of a witness and then assign weight to the evidence presented. So each piece of evidence, the jury determines the credibility and they determine the weight. So they can say, yeah, this is kind of sketchy, but is it important? And how important is it? It's up to the jury to decide. So yes, he made a lot of arguments, but they don't matter here. One bucket saying, yeah, a good defense attorney would have benefited him, sure. And the thing was, he had a rock'em sock'em robot, robots for a defense team, but he kicked them out. And yes, I understand there's this idea that the attorneys were like, well, we got him time served and he didn't want to take it, and we couldn't in good faith continue the case. I think that's bull. They just didn't want to deal with them anymore. So, yeah. People in chat need to hear that last instruction. Alpha Fox, what are you talking there? Is it me breathing in the microphone? No. That's somebody on the set breathing. That's not me. That's not me, because I brought it up before. Who's doing that? Because I can hear it. So it's somebody, I think, in the back in the sound. So yes, and I got another say. Judge Piss runs downhill. You guys are ridiculous, though. So, oh yeah, regarding the state proving this case and the totality of the evidence, yes, that's where it comes down to. And have they met those burdens? Okay, have they presented evidence that satisfies to a probable cause standard that a jury could determine whether or not this has been met beyond a reasonable doubt? Okay, if they have, that's it. You lose your acquittal motion. So, yes, Roscoe, he's representing himself. Yep, he's homebrewing it. And he hasn't done the worst job in the world, but it's clear that he would have, had more help. It wouldn't have hurt him. So he's going to go home. Tomorrow it's going to go on. Tomorrow I've got court, so we won't watch the closing arguments on this. We'll watch it at some point. Yeah, it's Mandy went down there to breathe hard to the mic. Can I do a curtilage stream? Sure, we could talk about curtilage at some point. Like, we'll do it so it's like one of those old time, like the Fourth Amendment in you. Yes, that's how we'll do that. The Fourth Amendment in you, sponsored by Autolite Spark Plugs. So. Curtilage milk. Yeah. So, yeah, but guys, that's it for tonight. I think we're kind of all caught up on. Hold on. Roscoe P. Coltrane for $5. Thank you, Roscoe. Says our favorite last responder has a GoFundMe for a new radio. I encourage people to laugh. Yes, the great Reverend Dr. Robert L. McKim Sr. of the Care Bear Radio Service, on Facebook, is trying to get a new radio. So help him out. I hope he sees that comment. I want to see him lose his mind. Anyway, guys, we are going to switch over to the Michelle Trakunas trial. We're going to get day 7 going and try to make our way through that. It does help that, thank God, the judge is limiting this to they're running banker's hours. In this case, we're just going to start at 10 o'clock. It's this is pretty cool, pretty laid back. We can catch up. So we're going to get to that one. Today we're going to be seeing the video of the bodies getting disposed of. So if you guys are ready, we'll get to that part. So I'm going to end this stream and we'll probably jump onto a new one and go from there, guys. So give me a couple minutes and we'll start the new one up. Benjamin Lewis says, I've had this judge before. I spoke to the police. Yes. Eric Foam says, yes, brought to you by Lucky Strike Cigarettes. Remember, 9 out of 10 doctors recommend you should smoke Luckies. Get lucky by smoking Luckies. Bad Weather Biker for $2 says, American Beauty is the best movie ever. I guess. I guess if you've only seen one movie. So guys, if you have any questions, send them to me real quick. We're gonna do some stuff here real quick, and we are going to rate ourselves. This will be fun. Autoerotic is radiation. We're gonna do our own raid. Okay. So the raid is set up. God, the only thing, YouTube makes it so hard. You have to do so much stuff. Oh, there's another trash cast. Jeez, EVS is just making bank right now. Farming those crops. Oh, Ben Shapiro and Destiny had a debate today. I'm sure God wasn't thinking about collapsing whatever building those two were in at the same time. I don't know why he didn't. Why did you not? I'm sure you get a lot more adherence in converts if you did. Just saying. Just saying. Hold on here. You guys also want to know about who's doing who's winning in New Hampshire. We'll check out real quick here. Let's see here. This is awful. Every time you go to Rumble, it like bogs down. I don't know why it does that. But everybody wants it, so we set up the Rumbles. All right. Where is Dixville Notch is not a real indicator. No, it's not. No, it is not at all. Cintar says your super chat. You have it. It didn't show you with one. I don't see one here, man. If you sent it, it's not present. Sorry, brother. Let's see here. New Hampshire primary. The New Hampshire primary. Donald Trump he's got 52% of the vote. Nikki Haley has 46% of the vote. So, only 21% reporting. So, here it is. Yes, he's starting to beat the brakes off the neocon lady, from Raytheon. So, all right. Well, guys, that is it for here. We are going to end it on this bad boy, and we're going to start up the next stream and go from there. I will see you guys over on the next one. It should redirect you over to there. Michelle Chacroon is day 7. This should be pretty good. So I will see you guys in like a minute. Bye.